good morning. What's going on? Good to see you. Yeah, it's that kind of day. Just getting a little slow start, 10 minutes off, but that's fine. This is why I've been waiting for this delivery. Okay, I'm gonna go grab it. It's all right. Oh my gosh, it's heavy. Okay. Hello. I'm back. Yeah, that was a heavy package. Check out this. That's gonna be a bruise there. Ouch. The thing, I had to roll it up the stairs outside. Big stone steps. What a hassle. Yeah, I ordered a couple of muscle racks, and yeah, they're heavy. Oh my gosh. And I live on a second floor apartment, so oh boy. Yeah, it was a lot of fun to grab those. So anyway, sorry about the moment of silence there. Especially later viewers, just, fast forward. Alright, let's set up the old Stream Deck here. Today I'm just going to go for trying to get as much into sorry, get as much into Marlin as possible and tag that release for 2094, and then also look at 2.1. There are bugs that are known. There's a couple motion issues, junction deviation, and some other things that need to be fixed. They're apparently fixable. Someone was looking at those, but they got distracted by life and had to run off, so we never saw their work. But we might yet. I don't know. I've got, well, the idea is I got the scope, and I should look at motor signals and stuff like that. But today, as usual, I'm going through issues and pull requests and just taking care of business, and then we'll see what there is to do after that. But yeah, it's going to be that kind of day of just carrying through. We're looking at here is a spreadsheet that is online. I just filled it in with more boards. All the ones with like blank name areas here are all newly added. Some of these come in groups. Like there's all these ones that have the EEB, EEF, EFB, EFF, SF, all that. Those are just, deciding where to put the extruder, fan, and bed connectors on most boards. There's 3 connectors, and so you just change the arrangement with these settings. So each of these is like, actually, there's 5, but those are really just one board. So there's a few like that, but most of these are unique. So that puts us in the realm of, I'm thinking, 300 boards at this point. I didn't know there were that many, but yeah, that's what we've got. Look at all those. A lot of them are ramps variants and things like that, but yeah, this is the kind of thing. So this is editable by some people on the team, and it shows up on the Marlin website here on this page, in the controllers and LCDs. Oh no, not this page. The where is it? Boards page. There it is. So this table gets loaded up by a little JavaScript here on the page, and it just fills in this table, and you can see it's a long table at this point, and it really kind of at this point obviously needs to be split up by, oh look at this, it's got the name, it's got the headings at the bottom. What's up with that? That must be part of the way it's selecting the stuff from the table, because oh yeah, look, it's got the table heading is at the bottom now for some reason. Oh, that's funny. So anyway, yeah, I'll fix this table, but yeah, that's the idea, is this table gets loaded from the sheets, and from this sheet actually, which takes the previous sheet and does a big select query on it. In the top left corner you can see, did you know you could do queries in here? It's kind of like MySQL, right? So yeah, it's actually doing a query this from here board list with this range, and then here's a select statement and order by, and just get where the board is not empty, and order it. It's already kind of in an alphabetical order on that page, but not completely. So yeah, so now the next thing to do will be to split up that, use this board view, but then have it do something like, all the tables that have Arduino, I don't know, I guess I'll go with the core or something. The core is, I think it's look like the description to me, doesn't it? Well anyway, yeah, do something like that. So anyway, there's a lot to do. I was working on documentation on this thing yesterday, and that kind of just took up my whole day. Because I was going to each one, and I was trying to figure out, okay, well, what version did you first show up in? And so for each of these, I had to go to the pins file, see when it was created, look it up, the date, and see what the release was on that date. Was it 110R6? or whatever. So yeah, it took a while. Meanwhile, yeah, I was doing a little documentation, cleanup and stuff. We got a graphical list of displays coming up on the. It's going to be added to the site, and that looks pretty good. It's coming along. Whoops, I changed the title. It's called controllers, I think. .html. Oh, maybe not. I don't remember what it's called now. It's under the hardware section though. And then, oh, it's, yeah, here's boards. And did it get added yet? No. If I do some change on this page, it'll do something though. So let's just grab that. There's boards. So if I do something like, yeah, you don't need that here. Just do that. Don't need to be all fancy. Now the Jekyll will reload it. Oops, it says M306 has an issue. Let's take a look. What is it that is problematic? It says here it's 917. Oh yeah, you can't start a line with that character for some reason. So you have to do wrap it in quotes or whatever. How we doing? Oh, another one. 39. Probably the same thing. Oh, look at that. Extruder number to set. I wonder why it's strangely different from the rest. You notice that? It's like, it must be that colon is messing up the line. Yeah, like, yeah, so the colon messes up the line. So I guess you can't just have a colon in there. No, no, no. Not that I would not necessarily have a colon. It's not that important. Sensor responsiveness. Yeah, okay. So yeah, this is Mpc Temp, and I guess I must have committed it without thinking. But that's easy to fix. We'll just take these changes that I just made, except for boards. That's not important. It's not important now. It's a big building with patience, but that's not the important thing right now. We'll just go to master, and we'll switch over. And oops, it doesn't have the M306 at all, apparently. Okay, well, let me take my M306. As it is then, if it doesn't exist, go back to where we just was. Where we was. Oh, it is M306, okay. This was the other pull request. Fix syntax errors. Oops, there's 5 things left. Hold on. Stash this. I can pull what's up, and then if that is, apparently there's been 5 added things. Fix table head colors. Oops. Let's see if this works. Yes. You can see it should be failing its test, but it's not even doing a test. It's weird. Because, oh, yeah, it should be doing a test. All these pull requests do tests. See, there it goes. Now it's doing a test. All it does is a build that takes about 50 seconds, apparently. So let's see. Yeah, there's all kinds of things changing here. Oh, right, that's been changed. Yeah, I can merge that. Yeah, documentation. It's one of those things that I try to take care of once a week at least. Not always. Improvement, bug fix, I guess we'll call it a bug fix. So what I really want to do is, most websites that deal with documentation, they break it up by section, and I guess they just make a complete copy of any file from the previous version and put it in the new version under the, separate path, and then I'm not sure how they do it, but yeah, I'm gonna have to start versioning because if you want to look up something about 119, well, all the documentation right now is all about 2.0. So yeah, it's not easy to keep up with, and so yeah. Anyway, updated, I think it's was it the inset? And should I put a pretty icon on it? I guess I will. I don't know. Call it a, I don't know. It's not a typo exactly. It's really kind of a bug, I guess, but whatever. I don't really have an icon for updated the thing per se. It's not that important either. It's not like we're going to go back historically and reminisce about all the documentation commits that were added one day long ago. We pull up the, make sure I have the stream chat open and see it. Let's see, there's our Twitch app. And then I have to tell this tablet not to sleep. Yeah, you can not track, please. That'd be fine. Twitch is love it or hate it. It's Twitch. Hey, all right. So there I am live. Boop. Or somebody is. RWX Rob, cool. People with real audiences are actually on today. Let's see. Oh yeah, got a few of them. I see Barnacules there, doing his thing. Typical 3 weeks ago. All right, let me bring up my own thing here if I can. Live. What does that do? Press my live button. Does it take me there? Oh, it shows me my chat. Oh, it's got a little stream manager thingy right on the thing. I don't have to look at. I can just look at it on here. Cool. Hey, a few followers. Thank you for following, guys and gals who are into 3D printing firmware and all the internals of that kind of stuff. Yeah. Okay. Well, let's fix this up here. This looks way out of date. What's that from? I fixed a missing search field at some point. I forgot I had done that. Okay, well. Let's take care of this. Get that merged. Oh, we did, didn't we? Okay, so that's done. We can just delete it. So then once something is in Masta, which I have this 20494 release sort of on deck here, I'll just stash that. Hold on. Let's fetch upstream, grab the latest changes, boop, and we'll just restore my stash. All right, so, and then I'll commit that, and then I'm gonna go to deploy, which is another branch. And what we do to deploy the documentation is I just set up an action, and it took a while to get one that worked and was reliable because the earlier actions weren't so great. But now this Jekyll action to deploy the site, pretty good, pretty good. All right, so let's deploy that sucker. So yeah, typically I would go to doc. Okay, we can do that. Git, and let's see if I can rebase what I have, and just do rebase because it's clean, rather than merge, which can be messy. And we'll just do master, but one commit above my little 2094. Let's see if that works. We're good. Okay, so if I push this, it'll deploy these 3 changes. An MPC feature page, cool, which is new, and some table colors fixed, and another thing. Okay, good. And that'll go up, and the action will deploy it. Yeah, we won't even see it happen here. You can just wait, and it'll be done. So then it's 442, and that looks fine. Filament heat capacity. Oh yeah, that's new. It actually hasn't been merged yet. Oh right, so there's an M605 tweak. Oh, that's just a merge. Okay, so that was already done. And we're looking at, yeah. It would be handy to have this merged so I can edit it. What? You can just edit it. Yeah, see this. Can you merge this now? No. No, stop bugging me. I don't see these messages, you know, like they show up in my notifications, which is a giant pile. So thank you for mentioning me in an issue, but it's going to show up here, this giant pile somewhere. Oh, look, I only have what looks like 353. Oh, we're up to 419 now. Okay. Things are getting a little unwieldy for a while there. Yeah. So let's mark those done. Takes care of that. And now I got 408, but only 130 I'm participating in so far, and 36 that have been mentioned in. So yeah, how does one organize? What do you go to first? I typically end up going, oh, I'll just clean this up. I'll check these 8, which are probably, yeah, they're my pulls to 2.0, which I have automatically. My personal account, my fork of Marlin, has an action on it that pulls the latest code, so I never have to worry about my fork being up to date with the upstream fork. It just takes care of it automatically. Yeah, pretty cool. If you want to see that, I can show that off for you. Hey, where'd my stream manager go? Does it stay on the page, or do I have to do something special? I want to keep this from going to sleep, so I'm going to do that. Let's see, is it under, let's just do this, sleep. Sleep? No. That's funny. Instead of sleep, what do you call it? Display sleep? I don't know. Lock unlock? I didn't try that. Let's see, what's that? Auto lock 10 minutes. There we go. Let's change that to never, because the only other option is 15 minutes. So yeah, I'll take never, thanks. All right. Let's see if that works. And okay, there. I'll keep that chat up so I can see people chatting if they decide to chat. And there we go. Okay, 22 minutes in. Good to be here. Yeah, that box was heavy. Oh my god. I'm gonna maybe have a minor bruise there. We'll see. But yeah, it's a muscle rack. Which I was asking advice on Twitter for like what kind of shelves do you like for your 3D printers? And I have an apartment, so not a garage. I have no garage, and it's 2 bedrooms. I used to have a roommate, but he left, and so now it's all me. Yeah, originally the plan was I'd have 2 people here, so it would justify the cost, and now it's like I don't know what you pay for apartments, but this is pretty pricey for 1 person. So yeah, I'm thinking by October I gotta move, but we'll see. Which makes it hard to decide whether to go to Earth or not, which I'd really like to, but I'd also like to be able to come home and be in my bed after each day of the event, because yeah, I never sleep well with those things. End up being somewhat useless, wandering around, acting weird. Huh? What? Not understanding people. Oh, I'm sorry, I fell asleep halfway through our sentence there. Yeah, so I want to be awake for this one. M42 adding pin aliases blocking iPrint. What? You don't need M42 anything. It's just, it is what it is. You want aliases like? Mm-hmm. Yeah, okay. And it's a feature request. I don't know. I don't see that. I don't see that an alias is any better, honestly. I mean, there's so many things you can do. I mean, dude, if you want aliases, no, everybody doesn't need them. Just put it in your firmware, make your own copy. That's what we have open source for. It's like not every idea is meant for everybody. Like, yeah, M42A. I mean, yeah, I mean, sure, you could add that, but I mean, it's so obscure. It's so obscure. So yeah, this is the kind of thing I gotta check up on. Wrap my head around all day. Let's see, humanization. Yeah, I don't know. Interruption, filament runout sensor, blah blah. Is that a bug? Report. What is that? Well, you can't file bug reports without checking bug fix first. Sorry, but you said you didn't test it. So why are you reporting the bug? There's nothing we can do about a bug in an already released version of Marlin. It'll be fixed in the next release, right? So you gotta test bug fix before you gotta test bug fix before you report a bug. Don't report bugs without testing bug fix to see if it's fixed first. I mean, maybe it's not fixed, I don't know. But that's the first step. So, yeah, no, it doesn't. It doesn't work in real time. I mean, it takes a few seconds. You know, like you can't just interrupt a move in process. You have to wait for moves that are current to finish. So let's see. All I can do is put my comment in to say test bug fix, or else you're wasting my time. So yeah, that's the kind of stuff I'll be not dealing with today. If I get into this, I'll be at it all day. So, and you know, I should be at it all day. There's something all day. There are bugs, I know, but eventually I can't put off the release forever and ever. I gotta eventually do it. What is with this notifications page not having notifications on it? That's strange. Let's try a reload. Okay, that's just being weird. Oh, this is the issues page for some reason. Well, let's go back to my notifications page. Oh wait, it's behaving as if it's looking at this page, even though it's looking at this page. Okay, yeah, Safari has a couple of bugs, particularly with these side tab things. Like you have tab groups, which is great, but sometimes they act up a little weird. So yeah, this tab here should be notifications, but it's being really strange. Okay, so let's just, I don't know, copy the link to notifications, I guess. Notifications, right? Hey, and then Safari quit. Wow. Okay, that's the first time I've had a working with tab groups. There are still bugs. Okay, well, let's reopen it and get back to our Safari-ness. All right. Yeah, I was looking at some PowerShell stuff. Oh, I have an issue with ZSH coming up, and when I try to do reveal, it's being really weird. Oh, I think I fixed that though. I don't remember what it was exactly, but I think I fixed it. Yeah, there was an issue where I would use reveal and it would be like, no, but now I fixed it. It was just, it was actually an issue with the path escaping was bad, so oops. So I did better path escaping. I escaped the quotes and wrapped it in quotes instead of just escaping the spaces, which apparently doesn't always help. For one thing, there's other characters like parentheses and things that apparently can throw things off. So yeah, when in doubt, you know, like I have a feeling like the parentheses were like, well, I'm going to call that function. I'm a shell, I'm going to call that function. Yeah, so anyway, we're looking at this one here. What was I doing? Oh, I have a BQ sent me a B1SE Plus, but when I go to home it does the XY homing, and then when it goes to do the Z move, it's like clearly trying to move too fast, and it hello, and and it just, the motors kill it, just die. The motors stop, like turn off. It depowers the motors. So Dynamic drivers have a standstill failsafe where they'll turn off the motors if there's weird direction signals and other things. So it's quite possible that something like that is happening because, yeah, I haven't turned on the monitor or hooked up a shell, a terminal to see what's going on, or, you know, yeah, like a serial terminal or host or anything. Jeez, where's my notifications? Let's see. Oh, now I can open it. Okay. We're back. We're back in business. And then this is supposed to be something, but I don't remember what. Notifications, issues, pull requests, and I don't know. Sometimes it's an open issue. We'll just leave these four. So yeah. So anyway, let's take a look at current. Let's take a look at the 2.0 and see where we're at as far as my preparing the release goes. So let's go over to Marlin. Bug fix 2.0. Oh yeah, I was working on this where I was like, nobody reads this to get where their power outputs are, and they're only there for certain boards that have like EFB or whatever. Like, yeah, you don't have to say hot end fan SPI driver, fan 0, fan 1. Like, no. Just clean that up, please. Pins, meanwhile. Minor pins board cleanup. No, let's call this yet. Boards, pins, cleanup. And we'll just put a little icon like this on there. We're just cleaning up some things, making them pretty. Okay. And it was fetched 19 minutes ago, so we should be all good. Now I can just push this directly, because why not? Right. No change in functionality or anything like that. Just that. Okay, good. Yeah, so 2.0 is here, and you can see up to this point I have stuff from 2 days ago in there, and it's already been pushed up to the branch just in case. But yeah, I gotta tag this sucker. So let's take a look at the last few pull requests that are lingering. See how, jeez, this guy really wants to mess with all the templates. Okay. Like, yeah, I mean, I get into it. Gosh, there's so much to do besides that, and that just makes more work for me. It's not an essential thing. And I know your job is dealing with bug reports and stuff, so I get it. But you know, like, there's only so much you can do. People don't read instructions. You know, like, you're gonna get issues on, regardless of how much fail-safe you try to put in place. And eventually, it'll become a block. It'll make things worse. The more you try to make things better, the more likely it is to make things worse. So we got Pro UI fixes, which might or might not be applicable to 2.0. So-called Pro UI, which is, let's see, DWin CPP. You can't. Why would you do that? What is this mesh min X thing? It's defined by, hello Marlin. Well, for one thing, it's defined in configuration ADV, and then it's defined by conditionals post. So it always gets defined if there's mesh bed leveling or UBL of any kind, which apparently is not considered the same. Let me make sure mesh min X is even used somewhere. I don't know, where is it used? Mesh bed leveling uses it, UBL uses it, and that is it. So you're looking at something else, like, it doesn't define mesh in set, but it does. It's defined by the user. Again, let me just see here. It may not be defined automatically, but it's in configuration ADV, and it applies to, yeah, okay, well, there's your problem. You're right, it doesn't provide mesh inset. That's because it's configurable. So yeah, you can't have this, sorry. Okay. Apparently the default ×2 is good enough for you. Let's see, what else we got? Okay, cleaning some things up for the mesh edit menu, fine. Mesh edit menu, right, that's a thing. Turn on and off. Apparently, with or without a filament sensor, we have draw fill set menu. But maybe it's required, I'm not sure. There's a way to check that, but anyway. These have been changed to warnings. Oh. Can be enabled? Well, it can be enabled, but doesn't require to be enabled. I don't know. If I start turning these things off, I have a feeling it's gonna not compile. But let's take a look. So this is what I would typically do here. Go to Marlin Firmware, and let's do a little test. And I guess this is going to be number 56, I think. And there you go. Let's see how the test fares. Sure, build that. And off it goes. Okay, they may be enabled, but apparently they don't have to be. And why aren't they? Oh, this is dumb. Let's see. Yeah, for one thing, you put your warnings into an H file. That's, if you're going to put warnings somewhere, don't put them in an H file. Because you have to look at them for every file that includes that file, you have to see them again. So don't do that. Let's see. So here's your thing. You're saying which? Oh, these can be defined. Oh, nice. Well, warnings. dwin defines.h. So let's pick one. Any one, doesn't matter. I guess the main one would be good. We could say dwin cpp. And if this is enabled, then we throw in your warnings. Here you go. Yeah, I can throw them down here somewhere, but after all the includes, but why? I think right here should be fine. Let's try that bill again. And as you'll see, this time we get the warnings, but only once. Yay. Mesh edit menu. Okay, so there's only one warning apparently, and that is that mesh edit menu can be enabled with Pro UI. Now, if I disable mesh edit menu, apparently it's not important. I can go with should maybe. But I would say if you wouldn't turn this on if, you know, like, let me see, has mesh. Right. Let's do that. You don't want to necessarily say, hey, you can turn on the mesh edit menu, but you turned off leveling, so. Right, if disabled. recommended. Is recommended. Okay, so some recommendations here. Yep, so you got that. Yes. Individual homing. Okay, filament runout sensor. I mean, that's stupid. Okay, it's not stupid, but it's an oversight. You gotta think a little harder. If somebody has no filament sensor on their printer, then there's no point in enabling it for just for Pro UI. You enable it for the whole thing, and Pro UI will pick it up. All right, so these are good. Good enough. There you go. Here's your warnings. Let's see what else we got here. So yeah, there was the other thing where it was like, so I would love to incorporate fixes like this. Okay, and if you have a mesh, like UBL tools would be, shouldn't this be unified bed leveling here instead of has mesh? I don't see how you would have a mesh viewer without something else. Let's see. Oh, I see. So it isn't necessarily UBL. Okay. But this one, obviously, UBL tools. I mean, come on. It's called UBL tools. Don't forget to do that. We got these little comments. They're no point, but there they are. And there you go. It's already on there. Okay. I assume. So what is mesh min-x even being used for by a display, which shouldn't need to know about such things? Yeah, see, even UI API has a mention of it because it has functions for for dealing with moving to a mesh point. Okay. Why, I don't know. But yeah, it's one of those things that the UI wants to do sometimes. So it's part of the UI, a move routine, which is fine. You know, you can have things accessible from your UI. You do want to do moves, but move to mesh point is used for some things, and then it follows. You can see it does some things. Right, like X and Y here could be done instead of Z. Might as well do that, right? Or you could do this. Did you know when you set, you're only setting the things that are there, so it'll be fine. See, now these should really be like blocking move. There's actually a function called blocking move, and it takes care of some details. So do blocking move to blah, do blocking move to something else, yeah, whatever. So yeah, we have mesh min x plus pos x times mesh x distance. Okay, that's all well and good, but yeah, again, this is mesh or UBL. It's not ABL. So anything involving mesh min x and stuff, you know, it's got to do things differently. So here it just simply ignores move to mesh point with ABL. Apparently it's maybe not even used. Yeah, let's take a look at it. Where's it used? Apparently it's never used by anything in UI API. Okay, but it exists in case somebody wants to. Oh wait, here it is. I just didn't recognize it because it had the colons in front of it. Yeah. Now, I would almost say using EXTUI just to use the namespace, you know, like it's already here, look at this. So we don't necessarily need to do that, but it's there, just to be clearer, I guess. So yeah, so move to mesh point was the thing. Yeah, so it does call it, and it calls it in the case of bed mesh edit screen, really. And it is defined by its own header, so it's going to be defined by its own header. I don't see why you would do that if it's not defined elsewhere. Declare data if included. Oh, that's interesting. Struct class. Oh, okay, that's cool. If included. Again, it's always included, so I don't know why. Where is it? Yeah, it's defined by its own header, so my guess is it's just like if the header gets included by some other header, then that thing gets set, and that's what it's looking for. So that's why it's there, and it's fine. So convolutions are nothing unusual in C++ world. Yeah, so we'll have to look at that again. So mesh min x in LCD world, and then we're in the dwins. So here's where it comes into play. So yeah, let's see. It's limiting based on, let's see, and where is it limiting? It's limiting in a bed tramming world here. So in bed tramming world, you have mesh min x, mesh x, and then it's being defined for us. So apparently it's not really being used in the way I was concerned about, so I guess that's fine. Yeah, it's a little bit. You gotta be careful with that stuff. You guys gotta be careful with it. That's all. That's all I'm saying. You gotta be careful. So let's see. These are defined down here. And mesh min y max x. Where's that used? Oh, there it is. So yeah, you could do this here. We could say something like. Like where else are they even used, right? Yeah, I mean, we all already know these things. It's not like this is someplace someone's going to look and be like, oh, I found this, it's good. Yes, it's true that ABL uses some other methods. So that's it. Mesh min, mesh max, they're all right here. That's the only place they're used. So I'm just going to leave that there because they are right there. It's the only place they're used, and if that's the only place they're used, then yeah, call that moving defines closer to usage. I don't know. Maybe I should leave them where they are. I don't know. What do you think? I mean, I sort of have a, like it's Haj mesh, but then it comes down here and it's like, the only thing here is has bed probe. And then what is this? Oh, right, okay, sure. Guess that's a return type of sorts. Returns eval. Yeah, so it has bed probe has one version of tram, and then the code has a different version. I feel like this should just be its own. Just fucking make two versions, you know. Right. I mean, I know it's like unusual to do it this way, but right, like here's a yeah, okay, that's within a function. So all right, so here we would typically say something like, okay, now I've made two copies of this thing, right? Yes. There's the other one. Ooh. All right. Where is it? Wrap. Okay, so let's do it this way. Yeah, I see it like this. Let's do it this way. We'll just say if has bed probe. Well, yeah, I'm going to copy it. We'll do it that way. We'll make one copy and we'll do it all about the bed probe has bed probe. So float and okay. Okay. Okay, then the next one is about not bed probe. So we have the original one here. We have void. New bed probe. Same switch statement, which maybe could be its own thing. And again, no bed probe. Ooh. Okay. Yeah. So. Yeah, you'd expect a margin to be the same, right? All right, tram. Of course, no void tram. Const. All right, so then we have that. Now, we could do that. We could call a common function. So let's do this. Okay. Yes, we are doing references for fun. Okay, so here we would say something like, oh, and yeah, I could also send point. And we'll just do this. X. Y. All right. And margin, oh, which is, again, Right, so here you just call, you just call this with everything. I guess I could use this, reference, whatever, const. Equals margin, minus margin, et cetera, margin. Okay, and then that means that the defines here, or yeah, they're fine for that spot down there, I guess. Because there is, I didn't see mesh min x right now. It's y bed size and all that. Minus margin, some margin, okay. So bed tramming is there. Point, margin, x pause, y pause, done. Look how short. How nice. Interesting that it's got that synchronize, which I guess it does ahead of here. You could just do M400 here. Yeah, like that. That's what you really want. The thing about doing a synchronize is like, it's not a magic panacea. Like, why do you do it? You do it in order to wait for the last move to finish before doing the next thing. So most commands, in fact, all commands will do the right thing typically. I mean, like if you set, say, like your acceleration in the middle of a move, that could cause some havoc, so you really want to stop the move. But the acceleration isn't applied, like, isn't read while the move is happening. It's like applied to the blocks, and then the blocks kind of go. So it should be okay to change some values, but typically, like, and commands like this M420, that's going to do a synchronize anyway, right there. Turn leveling off. And then G28O, like, clearly these are all going to do, you don't even need a synchronize for this. It's all going to happen automatically. M420 will take care of it, assuming leveling is even on. The G28O will certainly take care of it if nothing else does. So yeah, you don't need that synchronize there. That's not important, I don't think. So let's do the tram XY here. And then I don't think I need that synchronize, I really don't. Well, it depends on where it's done. Let's see, what do we got? Well, there's a synchronize before it sends those, and then there's this M420 stuff. So yeah, again, you don't really need synchronize for these things, but maybe it has to do with the behavior of the screen or something. I'm not sure. I don't think you need synchronize there. Anyhow, let's do it this way. If has bed probe. Oh gosh, which one's which now? So lost. All right, let's see. The one with bed probe was the one that had the float. Right? Yeah, it takes a float. So. And you need your else. There we go. Lovely, isn't it? Oops, and tram XY. All kinds of tram XY. So there you go. There's your tram. So we got, right, all these points, and then you got them in the tramming menu, which I guess is always the thing. So, okay, we're good. And again, it's the kind of thing where you could just define these in place, honestly. Like you could, or you could use lambdas here instead of, having whole separate things. But these are convenient. They're convenient to have, I guess. Okay, I'll call that done. call it more compiler friendly. And yeah, I'm not going to push my change here because it's hardly important, honestly, but it does make a slight difference. Stash these away for later. I guess let's discard those and we'll just stash these away in my bug fix, I guess, or wherever I'm stashing things these days. Yeah. Just call that art, baby. Right? So these are the kinds of things I could bring over to 2. Because that is maybe something that can go over to 2. Let's see. Yep, sure enough. Drop it down here, and we're good. Meanwhile, bug fix has, yeah, this kind of stuff. I guess those will also go over to 2 once they're pushed. They'll all be happy. Is there anything else in bug fix I need to be concerned for? Let's see. More updates for multi-axis. Obviously not. That's a 2.1 thing. And combined serial echoes is already there. Okay. So I feel like if I can get, if there are no massively major bug fixes here, let's take a look at Mpc Tweaks. Maybe those are important. Oh gosh, so many things. Another environment for STM32, Big Tree Tech. Let's take a look at that. I know you're all over Pooch's giveaway right now. I know you are. That's fine. This will be up on the YouTube's, right now it's May 28th, and this will be published sometime soon on the YouTubes. I'm kind of, putting these about a week staggered so that there's a little, fresh content for the YouTubers, but I could make this a little more relevant by posting it sooner, I guess. So, we'll see. Let's see, a new environment for uploading firmware in platform I over USB. Okay, that's fine. And yeah, we have an upload script, which, it's cool that we do. Upload protocol is custom, and the only thing I would change here is that these are bloody long lines. They don't need to be. So let's fix that. He's prettier. Yeah, so typically we just shorten them down to like here, for example. It's this one, this offset dress, this one that's made everything long and ugly. I'd love to be able to just do this, just there. Now you're the longest line instead, but whatever. It's not that important either. But again, it's just like, gotta make it readable, but not too readable. Actually, it'd be cool to run a formatter and just have a standard formatter that just always makes sure everything is right on those, and then then I can be like, well, if it's ugly, fine. It's not, doesn't have to be human readable anyway. Really, not that much anyway. Okay, so yeah, sure. G0B1RE, that's an interesting one. Yeah, there's so many boards now, it's just ridiculous. And then, the number of options you have to build for each board is growing all the time. Let's see what we got. Well, I mean, you could enable these, you could force them to be on, I suppose. That would be interesting. One thing we could do is like, yeah, one thing I could do is, let's find that again. Let's do a define where you do a build flags. So that's one of the cool things you can do. You can say, okay, I want to use the same build flags. And yeah, we use the same build flags. But then we do X for build, and then I just look for that. So we go to sanity check here. Just say, let's see. Well, I guess it could be in ADV, I guess. Well, I guess sanity check is the right place for it, but yeah. All right, so we'll go to sanity check. We'll just throw this at the bottom here. Not both. And so both of those things were needed. What were they? What were needed? Yeah, these. So I could do something like that, where I could do like all the errors. I could do separate errors, I guess. One would be, let's do this. Okay, it's there. Now we have X for build. And now I can find X for in all the INI files and fix all them builds. Yeah, how about that? Yeah. That was renamed, so okay. See, I gotta do this. Build flags. Right? Yeah. Something like that. Oh, there's another one. Extends that one, so I guess we're all good there. And that also extends that one. So yeah, that's all good. We just need that one thing. And then this one has got its X for build all there. So yeah, I think we're good. I don't know if there's no way in Marlin to to look out for a build flag that matches the environment name or whatever. should be interesting. That'd be the other way to check it. All right, so there we go. There you go. I did a thing. I'm so proud. I'm so proud of myself. I made a thing happen. Okay, so let's see. Okay, binary drawing are required for custom upload. Yes, they are. Ah. How do you like that? Yeah, that's right. I think that works for me. Yeah, I feel good about it. I feel good. That was a good change. Add X for build. X for build. And X for build. Yeah. It's a dumb name, but whatever. So that will pass. So there's not even any point in waiting. It's done. I'm not going to put my credit on this. I don't care. Oh, for fuck's sake. I really get annoyed by keyboards sometimes. This little keyboard is fabulous, just fabulous. And so is this trackpad. They're just fabulous devices, but it's kind of small and compact and laptop size, and like when I want to do something simple, like so easy to hit the wrong key. I'm always hitting the wrong keys. Gotta get me a professional clickety-clackety keyboard, but those things, I find them really unwieldy now. Have you gone back to using keyboards from like the mid 2000s or whatever, earlier than that? It's crazy. So let's delete this here. Hold on. Go back to bug fix here. Sure, whatever. Stash this again. I gotta undo, stash, fetch upstream, grab it, unstash, restore my stash. Yeah, just push this bloody thing. Oh right, but then I gotta fix this. Get rebase. I'll do 2, I think. Yeah, so I meant to change this to. You need an emoji. So let's see. Build, I guess. I don't know. I just usually use this. BTT. There. It's like it never happened. All right. So that's all done. Let's close that sucker. All right. What do we got? M306. I'll just put the documentation stuff in its own pile, I guess. New group, 4 tabs. It's going to be called work boards spreadsheet. I guess. I don't know. We'll just throw it down here in the pile work and close the window. So we can do that now. Oop, that's better. All right. Then we got these 9. Oh, bloody hell. 9 tabs open. Okay, so this doesn't need to be here. And that doesn't need to be there. Ugh. Oh, wait, what am I doing? Am I doing something? In one of these tabs, pull request issues, notifications, and I feel like I can close this. You have 1 open tab. Do you want to close it anyway? Oh, I see. I have this tab up here. Yeah, I think that's fine. This junction deviation, creating unexpected deceleration, accelerations on smooth curves is a known issue. This was one of the ones I was referring to earlier. And yeah, that's going to get fixed at some point. But probably not with this release, which really blows. Thought we'd have it, but yeah, circumstances being what they are, don't always get what you want, buddy. All right, so back to this HMI thing. Right. Oh look, I made something broke. I made something break. Oops. What did I break? I was trying to be so careful, but maybe not that careful. Enter 3S1. Okay. Oops. Warning. Okay. We do have XPOS, YPOS in there. And here we also have XPOS, YPOS. What's the issue, man? Yeah, they're all there. So you say, oh, non-const L value. That doesn't seem right. What do you mean you can't bind a non-const L value reference? I like that better. Anyway, why? That doesn't seem to make much sense. They should be fine because they are oh, they're float. Well, there's your problem. For some reason, they're not float here. Oh, I see why. Yeah, I mean, I see what you're trying to do there. That's funny. So, okay. So in this case, we would have to bind them to something. I suppose I could see this. Auto. I don't know what else you do. I don't know if you can even do that. Oops. Interesting. Use of auto parameter only available with F concepts, which apparently I have. It's an interesting concept, but yeah. I don't think I'll keep it because it's too strange. Huh. Well, that's annoying. So, yeah. I don't know why they're not floats in the other case. It just seems strange. I mean, they're temporary, so why does it matter? Okay. Just gonna have to do. Might be off by 0.0001, but whatever. I don't know. Throw them in there. Why not? And yeah, float. So that means that I would have to do the same thing here again. Like make little strings and then print them, so it becomes less important. Oh. All right. Again, why the synchronize? I don't know. I don't seem to understand it. I mean, it's not going to necessarily, it doesn't matter to the buffer emptying or anything like that. It's nothing important going on there. Okay, so yeah, 1-1. I guess that's important. That's enough for you, buddy. Oops. So, does it build? Well, it should build now. Everything's floaty. Everything's floaty now. There you go. You'll build now. Right. So let's not look at this too much. It's gonna hurt our eyes. Yeah, there are a couple things I had to do. Move the warnings to a CPP, so you don't see them too much. And apparently create a fake Z offset when you don't have a mesh for some reason. This is interesting. Yeah, I think that if they're going to be constants per in every case, then this is just not neat. Sorry. Alright, there we go. I hate to do it because it's ugly, but redundancy is considered evil, I guess. I don't know. Why wouldn't you just look for these? Right? They're only defined in that as part of that feature anyway. So there. There. If they're defined, just use them, whatever. Just use them. What? Not another fail. Oh, of course not. Okay. Now, typically, I would let things go and just go, but screw it. Force push kills the test, which saves some cycles. Saves a few trees. Keeps the data center slightly cooler. Okay. I haven't even had my coffee today, and I also didn't get much sleep. I've been like really insomniac lately. Just feeling the need to keep busy and get, especially with all this. Like I keep setting up myself up for, you know, these situations where I'm like, oh well, I guess I'll just, I'll get to the release real soon. It'll be great. And then for 3 weeks or whatever, I'll be like, every day I gotta push out this release. I gotta push out this release. Oops. Oh boy, I always forget to do this too. But you gotta do it because everybody leaves trailing spaces and things. Everybody does. So, I guess I'll leave Gyre's UI alone for this one. Okay, I'm not going to do any more to this. This is just silly. got to look at more issues besides. So let's see. All right, Mpc Tweaks. These are probably minor. Mpc is your model predictive control for temperature on the hot end. And it basically, it tries to model the hot end while it's actually running. And it does some clever things. It's all described in the documentation, but oh gosh, now what? Changing the way that this works completely. So thanks for that. That means I have to update all the configuration files with this change. But I guess you're doing it on a different per hot end basis. Okay. M may not be used as a parameter name. Sorry, but no. Okay, that's all fine and dandy, but yeah, you can't use M, so you're gonna have to pick something else. What is it for? It's for heat capacity per millimeter. How about H? I don't know. How about W for watts? What is the unit? What did we say the unit was? Joules per kilogram per millimeter or something? I see, there it is. Wrong. PR. All right, let's go to that. Yeah, we're looking at Mpc Tweaks. All right, what the heck? M. No? Did it just get changed a second ago? Oh gosh. This looks like a whole different thing. Guess I better reset it. Or I can just delete this, re-download it. Mpc Tweaks, all right. Right, or you want heat capacity? H. Or how about, well, that's the block capacity. Oh wait, F, ambient heat transfer coefficient. Why isn't that A or something? Oh, ambient heat transfer, no fan. Oh, I see, with fan. I don't know. It's hard to find. It's hard to pick parameters when there's so much similarity between the things they do. Now, M could be used as a parameter. Strictly speaking, I mean, it's technically possible. It's just not something that we like to do. It's just been one of those things that, like, you know, if we ever decided to change the protocol or whatever, we wouldn't want to, like, have, you know, but the idea is that, you know, I think that each parameter is supposed to be unique and have a certain meaning, and they go into a certain location and then they're interpreted or whatever. But anyway, I'll be right back. I'm gonna grab some caffeine, and I'm not gonna leave anything to entertain you while I'm gone. So sorry, but yeah, I'll be right back. I gotta get my caffeine going on, wash my hands, and yeah, so I won't be long. put on the, let's see, for your entertainment. I've been playing with these screensavers. You can use these web-based screensavers, so you can just put any old JavaScript you want in there. And so yeah, I've been playing with them. So I did this one. That's right. I found a matrix like JavaScript example and just decided to make a screensaver out of it. So there you go. Yeah, I'm back. Let's see. All right. Let's see here. Ooh. Yeah, so I've got the brewing down to a science. So it's going to be 5 minutes. 5 minutes for the brew to brew. And then I'll have my milk, soy milk, all microwaved and ready to go. So yeah, we'll be we'll be back to do some more of this crazy coding stuff. Whoa. Oh, there I am. Hello. If I was at a standing desk, this is what I'd do, I guess. All right. So yeah, this will be a few minutes, and I don't. 5 minutes isn't much time. I'm gonna go prepare my soy milk and other things, and yeah, I'll be back shortly. That's right. I'm all about the Bodum. Oh yes. Ooh, still steaming. Ooh, pretty warm. It's pretty warm. All right, here we are. So yeah, I didn't announce this stream on any social networks or Twitter or anything, so it's probably why I haven't gotten anybody hanging out, but that's okay. Oh, let's move this. Hello, still me. Oh, good coffee. It's about time. It's all right. I'll make me shake and sweat for a while. Okay. So, sure, man. Let's see about this thing where you have the thing. Okay, so yeah, as typical when configurations are involved. Well, guess what? We've got import 2094 and we've got bug fix both. And we've also got import 2x. So typically with 20x, we see pull requests. There's a Sapphire Plus and an improved Enter 5. All right, what's improved? Why is it improved? How is it improved? Is it really improved? Let's take a look. Oh, look at all my tabs. Oh my God, it's killing me. So what is this? Ender 5 plus heater 0 max temp? Is it an all metal hot end? Because if you set the max temp that high, you're gonna be poisoning yourself. Hot end idle timeout, fine. Emergency parser, good. Always a good thing. Improved parking and unloading and stuff. Auto report, cool, sure. Post action, cancel. Yeah, that's all good. Yeah, like some of these features should really be like, kind of standard across all machines, but it's understandable. Some are small, have small boards and stuff. So the only question I would have here is, does this come with an looks like it does. If it doesn't, then the max temp should be set below the off gassing temperature of PTFE, because the fumes are dangerous. So I care. Yeah, slightly less fast homing feed rate can help. Pretty sure the feed rate on my B1 SC Plus is what's causing issues there, but I have to really get down with that machine and figure it out. I was going to use it over the CR10S, which I have converted with a TH3D Easy board, and you know, trinamic drivers, and it's it's equally quiet, equally size. It has the exact same size as, you know, bed and everything, except it's in a somewhat neater package. And I thought it would be fun to use it for the stuff that I was printing the other day, which I haven't printed in a while. But unfortunately, it has homing issues, so I couldn't even get that far. And I was like, I need to get these prints done. And damn it, I'm just gonna have to deal with it. I'll just deal with this later. So I have a project for later, but I needed to mess with that one anyway because I want to try the latest Marlin on it and make sure it's all good. Check out what I printed. This is hilarious. You know, there's those tablet stands that we always make, like little ones and stuff. Well, I made a big one, big tablet stand, and I made it in a few colors. It starts out purple on the bottom, and then you can't really tell because the shimmery red really overwhelms it. And then I did red, and then you can tell there's a top layer of something else, and it's actually, this is glowing PLA. So I haven't looked at it under a black light or anything, but it's got this about 1 millimeter of glowing PLA on the top layer here, which looks really cool as a kind of patina on top of the red to make it less shiny. Like the back is like, you know, covered in purple, so you only see that. But you can really see the shiny red on the sides and stuff. And you can see here where it's all like, you know, yeah, pretty neat. So that was fun. But yeah, this print was a bit of a hassle and a challenge. Like these early layers, you can see they're a little messed up on the bows here, like these parts, because these are the ones where it's like it's just a tiny little bit of filament. It goes in a quick turn, and you know how those always curl up. And so I actually got in there. I found a packet of Magic Goo that I had from like Murph 2019 or something. I don't even know when it was, and I just put it on, squirted it in there, and kind of tried to get it to stick. And then yeah, while it was printing, and yeah, eventually it did stick, and so it worked out okay. But yeah, Magic Goo can save a print. Did you know that? And yeah, it ended up coming out amazingly well. I just did a little deburring on it, and like everything is just, this was one of the better first layers. The only issue I seem to have is this one corner here where it's a little funky, but I think that's actually where I did the filament change. Like it ran out of purple and had to do the filament change there, so, and it left a blob, and I had to kind of go back and tweak it. But yeah, again, you know, 3D printing is there, but so much monitoring you have to do and babysitting, at least those early layers. But once you get past that, you know, you're usually pretty well home free. You can go, but yeah, those times when you have like a 30-hour print and it fails all of a sudden at the end and you have a spaghetti monster issue. I hate when that happens. But you can usually rescue those by, you can often rescue them by like cleaning off all the spaghetti if you got most of it, and then just, you know, clean off the top and then figure out how much height you printed that was good, and then just print the rest of it. And you know, if you get, I mean, you really have to be within a layer to get it right. You know, it'll start to look weird. But if you can get it, I mean, you can recover and fix prints. So you don't have to waste plastic completely. That's some good coffee. Definitely has that soy flavor to it. I was using almond milk for a while, but it started to mess with my gut. Apparently, it's one of those things that can mess with your gut. Almonds, they're a FODMAP food. Okay, let's see. Not a low FODMAP, but a high FODMAP. Whereas maybe it's a mid-level FODMAP. Well, I don't know. Anyway, I can't wait to put that shelf together. This thing is going to be huge, but oh god, it was so heavy. I can't. I'm going to have to do the same thing with the next one. Ouch! Oh boy, what did I do there? That almost looks like a burn, doesn't it? But yeah, like, I'll just do more push-ups. I'll be fine. Just be more manly. All right. In the movies, you just heal right away. So yeah, I need to look this up. Ender 5 Plus. Printer. Yeah, sure. Tell me about it. What's it got? What are its things? Well, it looks like a Creality site, and see what they say about it. they're my buddies. They only have to sell one of these to send me a little donation every month. Let's see. Okay. Right. It's like, let's get up there knows to help support my endeavor, which is nice. Thank you guys. Send a shout out to all my patrons. Crowley is one of them. Thank you. Big Tree Tech is another. Thank you. Uh, Lulzbot has thrown me some money, and Prusa is helping me out in a big way. Everybody has been amazingly helpful to this project. Marlin, and parts of Marlin and Prusa firmware are kind of intermingling, and I need to spend more time on the Slack because like one of the things we really want to accomplish is like some kind of input shaping style thing, but like I have to get this release out. Then I'll think about rewriting the planner, figuring out ways to get input shaping in there. But yeah, it's a real study. I mean, I have to go and like take a course. But anyway, what's up with this thing? Does it have the all metal hot end or what? Looks like a standard hot end to me. It's got a PTFE tube going into it. Heat bed maximum temperature. I think that's backward. 260 Celsius. Guys, do not heat your bed to 260 Celsius, okay? Let's see, this thing does 24 volt output, so that's good. I have a couple of mean wells, which I have 24 volt mean wells that were donated and by TH3D, another great supporter for a few years, many years, I should say. And yeah, they have sent me a couple of mean wells, and I wasn't sure. I don't have enough printers projects that I need 24 volt mean wells for, but it suddenly occurs to me that like, yeah, of course, a lot of these printers probably have crap knockoffs in them, so I should probably swap them out, and then I can use my crap knockoffs for whatever fun side projects I want to do. But I've got a power supply on the desk here that does up to 30 volts, like several amps. I don't know how many amps it does, but I think it goes up to 30 volts, which is fine for my usages. And I'm using it for board powering and testing over here, as you saw on the camera last time around. So anyway, yeah. So the platform. So they, for some reason, so the 260 is the hot end max temperature. It says. So it says heat bed by mistake, but I know what they mean. And then the one below it is funny. It says heat bed, which is what you call it, right? It's a heat bed. But then they say print platform. Oh. Those are the same thing, guys. So yeah, give me edit access to your website, and I'll fix all your typos. Actually, one of the things I would love to do would be to get a hold of like manuals that are being published by Chinese companies and just fix their English, like make it proper. I mean, I'm really into that. I would love to do that because there's nothing I like better than fixing and improving things that are broken. And yeah, broken English is one of my favorite things to fix. I'm a language geek. I've always been a language geek. I didn't quite realize that. Well, I should have. Up to a certain point, I was like, yeah, you're a computer geek, man. Yeah. But computers, you can take it in different directions. Computers are just tools, and I've always used them in a linguistic way because I like the programming process and just getting into learning new languages and solving interesting problems. And it's kind of like, yeah, give me any interesting problem, and if it's got 3D printers involved, hey, even better. But yeah, like so. um, Anyway, enough about me. So we figured out that the max temp, according to this, is 260. So he actually did change it to 300, but I think 275 is actually the correct temp. So I think we're going to go back to 275 with this. Sorry, but yeah, 260. If you go up higher than that, you're risking health and life and limb. You can go up to 300 when you have your all metal hot end, but for now, no, not allowed. So let's see, Ender 5 Plus, here it is, and you can see that it modified it in weird ways. You put some things in there that don't belong. So let's just make sure that those are removed and all that. So let's go to our configs. Sorry, I'll get through this and we'll get on to the release. I really need to get that release out. But yeah, it's down to getting as many bugs fixed and getting as much in as possible. But the constant influx just makes it impossible really to say, you know, at any given time, oh well, we're just gonna do this and that's it. Because like I could be working on the release and suddenly a bug fix comes in for some obscure bug typo I probably caused, and it's been there for weeks and I never knew it, and like, oh gosh, okay, bug fix, I'll take it. And then, you know, so it's another thing I got to incorporate. And, yeah, it just becomes a bit of a hassle. So when do you do releases? You know, it's always an interesting question. You can set milestones. You can kind of like set aside a branch that's like, this is our release branch, and this is what we're going to work on. And only bug fixes go in here. But then, you know, as you start to use more branches, it becomes more complicated, especially for casual contributors. Um, and in general, like, you know, the more branches you have, the more you have to keep in sync with each other, and that just becomes more work for me. I would say more work for everyone, but ultimately, like, I'm the one who does all the kind of like handling of things. And we're about to move to a bug fix 2.1 branch too, which that should throw things off in some interesting ways. We'll see how that works. But yeah, as soon as I get the 2.0 stuff tagged and released, then I'm going to 2.1 mode, where now I'm going to move bug fix to 2.1. We're going to still, I guess, have a bug fix 2.0, but 2.1 will be the new one. That'll be the main, like the default. And, you know, it doesn't matter as long as I keep pushing things in default. So that's going to be tough. You know, you change defaults, it throws things off. But, and I'm going to change my scripts, and oh, it'll be fun. So anyway, let's look at that Ender config, and we'll just open it up. And yeah, okay, it's got that. Okay, so it looks like it's all happily compliant. We'll just make sure that it is up to date. Oh, before I do that, it's always a good idea to do a merge from import. Boop. And yeah, so that's set. Now I can do this quick check. Just copy that over. This is kind of what I do. I'll just copy over the entire configuration ADV onto the files. Blah. And then see if there's any bad differences or things that are new that are missing. So like this, that needs to go back to 275. Sorry. Okay, now your PID, now that's going to be off because you changed your temps maybe. So I'm not going to mess with it too much. We're just going to continue down here. I'm not seeing anything. Okay. Some things. Thermal protection chamber is being turned off by the new config, which is fine. I don't think it has a chamber. Right. So, okay. Continuing down, do we see anything where it's out of date? Or anything like that? The other trick is whenever something like this comes in, like when I'm preparing the 2094, I'm going to be pulling stuff out. So, you know, like anything that's in here, look, it's got a serial port. Cool. So that looks good to me. Yeah, so anything that's in here is going to need to be updated. Any new configs will also need to be adjusted. So yeah, I got to make sure everything is ready to go. So let's get this release going. What do you say? That looks good to me. Okay, so what did I do? I just did a merge. That's about it. Oh, and I set the thing to 275, didn't I? Or I forgot to. Or did I? Did I? I forgot to. Or did I? Yes, I forgot to do it. Damn it. Okay. It's fine. Number 300. There it is. Yeah, it's just for safety, folks. Crowdy says 260. Yeah. Should I announce this stream? I don't even care at this point. Let's see. I don't mind being alone. I ain't lonely. Yeah. Crowley says 260. So sorry. And again, you know, PID is just, you know, it's going to be different for everyone pretty much. Close maybe, but I don't know. You do 3 PID runs, you'll get slightly different, well, maybe even radically different results depending on your situation. Oh, hi. But safer when PTFE is involved. So, okay, we'll just call that resolved. Okay, we know it's configs because it's that repo. Yeah, right. Let's get our emojis out here. Let's see. Say improve. I don't know. Just put a lightning bolt on it. This is way better. Or maybe you should call it improve user experience. Yeah, I think so. That's probably more of a... Oh gosh, what is up with this browser? It has had some real issues with things of late. I just don't know. Let's quit it. This really hasn't been an issue actually until very recently. Yeah, so let's just call it a user experience improvement because that's what these things typically are. Okay, all good. Now let's do the thing that you do. Okay, configs. So that's done. We can delete that from my local. And now what I'll do is call my mfconfig script. And here we just use manual, which copies configs over from Marlin, whatever I'm currently looking at, to here. And voila, look at that. Those are the changes we want. So, and then we just look up, okay, we're doing 24253. And you can make a link like that. And actually it'd be nice if GitHub Desktop would show this link correctly. Currently it doesn't. It shows it as simply the PR part, and it links to the wrong place. Well, yeah, it tries to link to configurations. And it doesn't link to configurations. It's got, right out, you can see, it's got that form that we use inside of GitHub. And it works as a link in, I think on the website it actually does work as a link, but I'm not sure. Anyway, Mpc improvements, I think is what we're going to call this eventually. Yeah. Okay, and everything else, all these things that are marked in red here, you can see, those are all going to end up being like removed for the release part because those are unfinished features. All right, so now you see I've done this one thing. Now I have to do this. Every place that there is this, yeah, it's nice that it conveniently shows the spaces, huh? I'm going to replace it with this. 307. I don't think there's any files that have MPC adjusted for anything, but we can check. Oh crap, I just did a multi-save. This sucks because this editor has this thing where you'll see it's saving about 10 files per second. So we're going to be waiting a little while here while it finishes its thing. Let's see, 1, 2, 135, 140, 152, 163, 176, 188, almost done. Oh, getting there. I think it's like 270 something. Oh, wait, over 300. Oh, 305. Okay, we made it. So yeah, that's. I try to do my searches and replaces in VS Code because it does them on disk instead of in the editor, and they happen pretty much instantly. So, oh gosh, now what? Should I save it? Sure, why not? I think these are probably two files that are being added. Now I have to go down, look for the green box. Green, green, green. Oh gosh, anything green. If you're colorblind, this must be really painful. Fortunately for me, I think I'm okay. I can see all the colors that I recognize. Okay, I can distinguish them. Hey, what do you know? Okay, so this somehow this is the one that was, I don't know. Let's just make sure they're all good. Usually, I mean, with 300 things, it's going to be a hassle to review them all. Oh gosh, now this thing is acting up. Oh, that's better. But yeah, the GitHub desktop is typically done a pretty good job of drawing like electron-y stuff. Like this list over here, all this whole screen is all HTML based or whatever. So you can't really tell. But yeah, it's like you can see why so when I do like the scrolling, it doesn't behave like a typical native app. Okay, so I did that. That's good. All right, so let's go back to our. Let's just do that and then merge it. I mean, not merge, but put that together. Then we'll just grab that one here. Same deal. I'll do this in VS Code because it'll be easier. Gosh, actually, will it? I have to open the configurations in VS Code first. Wah, more work. All right, let's open it. There they are. Open those configs. Okay, so we're going to replace that with that. Okay, we're all good. Let's replace them all. Yes. And see, that's much faster. Look at that, 300 plus done, just like that. No waiting a minute. I was hoping like the Mac Studio with its Ultra chip would make this go faster, but it's probably not exactly multi-threaded, saving and stuff. But I would love to do that, like create a multi-threaded save, because I mean everything's message based anyway. You could figure out ways to. It doesn't have to be synchronous. I don't think you could get a message back that says, "Hey, this file can't save." You'd collect them and then later display them at the end or whatever after you're not getting any messages for a couple seconds or whatever. I don't know exactly how to handle it, but surely there's got to be a better way. All right, so yeah, let's just continue. And what was that last change? It was changing this. Oop, again. We're going to replace that with that. I would love to be able to do a copy paste kind of thing where you have like, well, you do have this concept of multiple clipboards that you can get add-ons to do, but it'd be kind of cool to be able to have that as a built-in, copy a thing, copy another thing. And paste first in, last out, or first in, first. You can make them into FIFO or PHILOs or LIFOs. I don't know what you call them. LIFOs and FIFOs. Okay, so that's all good. And we commit, and now we just need to do a quick double check and make sure that there's nothing unusual. So if we do a search on this, it should turn up always a brace every time, and I don't see any instance where it doesn't. Yeah, the old eyeballing method. It typically works. You can look in this column over here on the side and you can kind of see if there's something different. It'll appear, the pattern will break. You're like, something looks a little off. Okay, I think that is pretty good. So let's take a look. 308 changed files. Yeah, I think we got it. Okay. I don't think any of these had them turned on, frankly. Because it is an experimental feature, so right, if you look for a define, there's no place where it's turned on. I put an enter in front of it so you could tell if it was at the beginning of the line. Okay, commit, there we go. So that's simple enough. So oh, there's something to pull. All right, let's stash this, pull upstream, get that. Okay, take our stash changes, restore them. They all good, nothing broken. Okay. Was something added from what I just pulled? Nope, I don't think so. So yeah, so that's MPC improvements. I guess I did merge it, I assume. Oh, no, not yet. But I can push it anytime. This is bug. This is all about the bug fix. So import 2.0x actually is deployed to bug fix. So I'm ready to init. Yes, sure. So it's going to do all the things. That's what my script does. It goes through, it copies all the configs, it initializes them to their default state. The thing I wanted to be able to do was to be able to look at the output of the final result and see the default configs all in a pile, but then the changes that were applied to those default configs as a separate commit, so that you could easily see the differences between the default and what had been changed. And I don't know if it matters much, but I find it convenient to look at them and see that. It's more data that has to be stored and kept for each config set or whatever, but screw it, it works fine. Okay. Right. Boy, these variable names sure are long. Dude. All right, what's this? Too many spaces. I see it. I see it. That's me, the pet ant. You're just gonna get on my... Oh, wait, there's only one space there. Okay, it looked like two. Oh, wait, there's one. Okay. Okay. Time MPC max divided by 255. You're gonna put this in here because it just divided by async temp minus ambient temp. Okay, so yeah, you could throw the divide in there at any point, I guess. So the thing you almost don't want to happen is like for the this MPC max divided by 255 to get compiled out by some thing, but I think it doesn't by default. I think it's smart enough not to do that, especially when it's not evenly divisible. Like if it came out an integer, maybe it would be fine to replace it that way. And here we have all these, yeah. Permem. Sure, call it what you like. It's your feature. Okay, yeah, and then it has a new thing. It's not defined, then it creates 3, which I guess Not sure what that's about. The GTR 1.0. Wow, okay, oh, it's part of tests. Okay, makes sense. So it's got its own, it has a test, and it's just modifying the test. Okay, so I did change it to H. And just make a note of that. Now, yeah, is there a G somewhere, a G parameter? Probably. Well, you know, like here, M205 uses a G, and so does M3426, which almost doesn't matter, but yeah, here is like, why does it use G? It shouldn't use G. M201G, I don't like it. It's only used with something called XY frequency limit anyway, but which isn't mentioned. Oh, I guess it's mentioned in a few places. Okay. Oh gosh. Okay. Yeah. So it comes up in a few places. It has like a yeah. That's an interesting one because that's meant to. It's almost similar to like you could almost call it something like input shaping, but not really. All right. So yes, we have 1 million divided by inverse section divided by divided by inverse. I would think it would be 1 million times seconds instead of divided by inverse seconds. What's up with that? I'm kind of curious about that one. Okay, I guess it is something multiplied by something, something else multiplied by something. I see, it's got inverse millimeters involved. Okay, I see what's going on. Interesting. Well, I could multiply by something if we knew what it would be. Yeah, I mean, if I knew that I was going to have this, I mean, this is division here. It's nice to avoid divides when you can, especially in the planner. And here it is again, like inverse seconds equals 1 million divided by NST, which comes from other things. There's some interesting things going on here with the slowdown. Yeah, so slowdown involves it, and or defined. Yeah, XY frequency limit. Yeah. Okay. Well. Interesting stuff. Yeah, I'm not going to fix that today, or work on that today anyway. Okay, so I made some Mpc tweaks. And yeah, I'll see about that to M201G parameter at some point, because that's just, oops. Let's see what it says about that on the documentation. I didn't think so. It has a T, and it has, that's it. Looks like ETXYZ, all right, so, right. So it doesn't have G documented. Well, let's find out about that. I mean, it's probably been here a long time. Let's take a look. So if I bring up my, I'm using Sublime Merge because that's what Sublime opens when you do this sort of stuff. Adjustable XY frequency limit. Yeah, so this is one of Studio Dine's wonderful contributions. Generally a pretty skilled guy, but I don't know, there's this thing called loony French people that show up a lot. I don't know why, but for some reason, the French programmers are really eccentric. Like, it's almost always. I don't know what it is. It must be something in the water. And maybe it's the way they're brought up. Because, you know, you are very special, very special. Every child is special. Um, I kid you, but yeah, it's just strange. I don't know what to make of it. I mean, I love it. I mean, I love eccentricity. Give me more eccentricity, please. S'il vous plaît. But yeah, it's in code. Sometimes it can be a little annoying. I was like, I would have to slog through all this stuff to try and get to the point of what was going on, and eventually it's just overwhelming. I couldn't deal with our friend Studio Dine after a while. You know, but who knows? It's been years. You know, over the years we all mellow, right? So maybe I'll be back with some mellower energy. But it was a little annoying. He kept mentioning me in comments and like, you know, is like some kind of ongoing narrative tale going on, because code itself is boring. There's no story in it. So I don't know. I guess but yeah, it was really strange. It was like always mentioning me and saying strange things about whatever my position of authority or power or what. I don't know. It was strange. It was so strange. Anyway, if you're watching Studio Dine, thanks for tuning in. I hope you're keeping a cork on that weirdness a little bit. So this is called min speed factor. I would want to call it. I would want to put an M here. I guess I'll go with S. And I noticed that F is also not mentioned here. So let's do it. Let's edit M201. Let's get this out of the way, because I will forget all about it if I don't do it now. Right. XYZET. All right. So now we can do F and what was the other one? F and I just called it S. All right, and it is optional, I believe, and this requires a feature called hello XY frequency limit. And this is called frequency limit. Let's call it the planner frequency limit, I guess. And what is the unit? Let's find out. Sets it, it is in hertz, which is cycles per second. I think it's an int. Yeah, it's a byte, in fact. Should I put byte here? Short. I don't know what I've got for types here. Let's see. Types that are 255. Should I say int 255 or something like that? Probably should. But usually we don't care. It's like, whatever. It's an int, it has a range. I'll just do that. We'll call it an int. We'll just leave it at that. I'm tagging it HZ, hertz. And then S is for min speed factor. Frequency min, XY frequency min speed factor. I have to copy this. All right. Oops. Boy. And what unit is this? between 1 and 100. I should put limits. I should mention some of those. Right, so it is apparently a minimum, it's in percentage. But yeah, it's a factor. I guess it's a multiplier. I don't know what you call it exactly. Because it turns into a float. Yeah. And it simply sets it, which is interesting. So it starts out with a float, it constrains it to between 1 and 100, and then divides it by 100. So I'm going to go with, so it takes a value that you give it, and it's percent. That's strange. I'm going to have to go with the percentage, I guess. Also, I guess this is a float. And yeah, I'm going to go with percent. So if we now take a peek at this, use the old mfdoc script. And here we go. Hey, check it out. All right. So M201, where were we? Hey, look at all these new fancy things. So this requires XY frequency limit. Distinct D factors, yeah, cool. Yeah, and then these requirements. So it'd be interesting to have like on the page, like, oh, what if I enable this? What if I enable that? And you like have little switches that you can click on and, you know, make it interactive. What flags do I have if I use this thing? And yeah, that'd be kind of neat. Anyway, the documentation is sort of like right now manually handled, which is fine. Maximum print acceleration. Wow, fascinating stuff. Okay, so yes, there's other things you can do. I guess I should probably document them somewhat. Set the max acceleration for one or more axes with frequency limit. You can also set the frequency limit parameters. Well, it's frequency limits. Anything else? Target extruder, E, XYZ. Yeah, okay, so we're all good. If, then look at that, it says hertz, it says percent, we're all good. Look at that. I guess I could put a little percent sign there instead, but I don't know. What do you think it'll do? We'll treat it as something weird. I don't understand that. No, it doesn't like it. Apparently percent is a special character. So it likes that. It's fine with that. See, percent. I think I'll go with the word percent. I don't know why. I mean, it just looks funny because it's like brace, percent, brace, and it almost looks like a, I don't know. There's definitely something fishy going on there. Okay, let's take a look. Percent. I'll go with you. I don't usually like to use pronouns like personal pronouns in documentation. That's strange. I just find that sometimes it becomes shorter and more concise if you just leave out you and we and he and it. They, mostly you, if you just leave out you, but sometimes it's just the quickest, simplest way to say something. So why not? I guess actually, come to think of it, is M201 now have its own report. It does. So actually, look at you. How about that? Not FS, no E, and no axes. So yeah, I think we're good there. And that means, so with that adjusted, I can change this to one or more axes. So just a strange way to put it. On one or more axes makes it longer, and I just don't want the description to be longer. These descriptions are typically meant to be much, like, pretty small. How about that? I've gone and changed it all. Changed it up. All right, let's go back to documentation. And let's call that fine. And just to be triply sure, yeah, it's not included anywhere. Strangely, it's actually not mentioned. Oh, it's in configuration, of course. Would be there. Yes, okay. Really need to break up this page. Gosh, look at this thing. It is hideous. I mean, it's not as long as some web pages in the world, but honestly, if you're looking for something, you can find it all on the one page, which is kind of convenient, but it would be nice to have an index and a set of pages, and you just use the search and it takes you there. I'll get to that soon, eventually. But I have plans for that, for automating the configuration documentation, but not easy. All right, so parameters. So this is an update, basically, and stuff that's been missing. So I guess we'll just call it that, and we'll be done. Oh, I don't want this to go to M442. I'm sorry, PR442. This should just go straight to master. Right. Gotta remember to do that. Not quite ready to call it 2094 yet. We're getting there. We're getting there. We're very close. Okay. Let's go back to deploy again. Just get that updated. Why not? All right. So here we want git rebase master one there, and push to deploy. Boop. Boop. There we go. The deployment is pretty quick, actually, of a Jekyll site. I have a couple of fancy things in there. It's an interesting system if you ever play with Jekyll. It's not bad, and you can fill in a lot of functionality by using like either external resources, because the whole site is static, or JavaScript. So you can bring in those to help augment the fact that you're looking at a static site. Like my search function does not go to a backend anywhere. That's why it works on you know, here on one, when I just do this, like it just works on the, it just uses JavaScript actually, which is pretty fascinating. So if I go like, you know, search for, I don't know, acceleration or whatever, it shows me all the pages that it's on, but it's doing it by looking it up in a database that's actually loaded with the site. So anytime you open up Marlin, you're actually downloading a little search index, which I'm trying to make it smaller by getting rid of like redundant elements and stuff. Oops, those don't look right. What is up with that? Well, anyway, yeah, gotta fix these styles, but looks like it's got two things, a thing inside of a thing inside of another thing. I'm not sure. It's funny that like this one looks different from this one because they're essentially exactly the same. Oh, I see what's going on. It's the even odd thing. See, the odd background color is getting applied into this, the background color of this thing. Meanwhile, this one's being left alone because the background color matches the regular background. Yeah, okay. So, yeah, something funny going on there with my odd color choices or the way that I'm styling them. So yeah, I could look at this up. Let's do a quick peek. I used to do web dev, so I know all the ins and outs of this stuff. So this is label requires. Oh, it's got a code tag on it. Yeah, I'm thinking these spans and labels should just get code styled and then they don't have to have code in them. So like, yeah, that'd be great. So let me see what this is. I'm gonna make the site a little bit smaller if I do this too, because these show up a lot. So label requires is put together here. And then where's that code? Yeah, there it is. So then there's a code item in here, right? If I take this out, first thing that happens is I gotta like, with that kind of change, which is in a template, well, we'll see. So here, again, you can see it's still using the same stuff. So if I want to change it, I guess I have to change this site search page or anything really. Let's try search. Let's see, is this my search? Search. Here it is. Site searcher. Boom. 2.3 seconds, not bad. Yeah, so one thing about the Mac Ultra Studio here is that, you know, regardless of the fact that it has all those cores, 20, you know, if you're doing anything single core, you still get the single core performance, which is like a Geekbench of like, I don't know, I think it's like in the 7,500 range. It's less than 8,000. Okay, that's interesting. Does it say site searcher? It does, okay. So for some reason it's not catching on to my change, or if it is, well, you know what it might be, is I changed the wrong one. Haha, of course I did. There's a G-code info, and there's a G-code sum, and all of these things together. Yeah, so I really should be looking for code. Yeah, so like all these things here. Code? No. Bye. There's no need to have a code tag. I mean, semantically speaking, it's not code. It's just being used for style, which, again, like I'm a Jeffrey Zeldman believer, man. I think CSS should be used for the styling, and then you should try and do your markup as semantically, like having things labeled, you know, meaningfully, kind of like a database as possible. So, and there's code, okay, and that takes care of code. And are there any other code tags in throughout the thing? I'm actually just searching for all of them now, just because there aren't that many. Oh, what's this one? Oh, related codes. Yeah, code works. Although, you know, you used to have a tag called TT. Again, it was a styling tag, so it's like, it's kind of frowned upon. So here we go, parm tag, version, etc., etc., etc. Okay, so all that is good, but it looks like there's one code tag here, which is about table of contents. What is this one? Oh, it's the G-code info page. So yeah, this is where it's actually showing the examples, I'm pretty sure. Okay, so with that, we've changed a few things, and now we should see some definite differences. Oh yeah, look at that. It doesn't look bad, honestly. It's pretty good. Nice and clean. Let's see what it looks like on the G-code page. Okay. Dated codes. Still look okay. Generally speaking. Okay, maybe this isn't the best page to choose from. Let's go to recover. There it is. It requires firmware retract. Retract also. There it is. So yeah, it looks fine up there. I don't think you need that code thing at all. It's the style. Span, and it has a 75%. Yeah, it's the only thing it doesn't do is like set it to like a courier or some, you know, monospace font. Font, family, monospace. Boom. No? Oh, font. Family. There we go. No? Oh, yeah? Yeah, see. Boop, boop. So it actually looks better like that. Wow, yeah. Significantly better. Okay, good. Let's call that done. I call markup. Style's pretty good. And I'm gonna call that a bug fix. Should I? It does. It makes everything look nicer. Even, I think, let's say go to the search page again, and we change it to dark. Yeah, it looks pretty good even in that. Okay, we're all good. Oops, not deploy. Yet. Master. Switch. Alright, commit. And you know how it goes. We put that there, we put that behind it. We undo the commit, we push what we have, we recommit, open deploy, we go to the terminal, and we rebase master 1, and it looks good. Yes, it does, and we push it. Okay, so yeah, there's always little markup tweaks to be made. It's hard to find good help. But the markup changes that I'm making are, generally speaking, after a redo of the templates a little bit, or not templates, but the style's got a bit of a redo. And in the process, they got a little broken. But I'm slowly catching up and fixing them as we go. Mostly they're fine. So yeah, the site is fine. So yeah, the search is doing its thing. So now we know. See how I'm going? Oh, we always on sidetracks. So let's get rid of that page, and I don't care much about this page. Now that we've put the things on there, but yeah, there we go. All deployed, ready to go. So yeah, the only other thing I gotta do is go to Marlin and parameter H instead of M on that, but then I also need to right, I think that's everything that involves. Yes. And gosh, yeah, I should probably document it there too. So you know how this works, parameters. I don't know. Are there any issues of, why did I pick that one? I don't know. I'm looking for some G code that has like good comment. What is that? Temperature CPP. Are we in the right place? Mpc Max stuff. Crap, I don't remember what I'm working on. Let's see. I assume it's Mpc. Let's see. Yes, okay, good. So, just in case. Okay, now this will go to bug fix because this is a change. And it can go right away, pretty much. What are we going to call this? I guess I will call this a user experience improvement, which is the funny, yeah, no, I wish I knew that. It'd be nice to have Gitmoji built in to GitHub desktop. I would love that. I don't know. Does it really belong to user experience? Sure. It'll have to do. Such a minor thing, but I'm you know, it's what I sweat over. There you go. Oh, I meant to document it too. Duh. All right, I'll upload it real quick. Let's see. Right. Yes. Etc. And then E, max acceleration for E, extruder, T, index, extruder index, to set. And then we say, I used to have a thing where it would get rid of these trailing spaces. I'm going to have to put that back in. With XY frequency limit, you get F and S. And right. And right. Guess that's pretty much what it is. So let's leave that. I still have my stash. Oh, I don't have a stash in here, do I? I don't think. No, I don't. Okay. Great. Now, I think that should definitely go. So let's see. That didn't get to 20x yet, did it? Words cleanup? Yeah, it did. Okay. I haven't pushed these yet, but I will. Go for the release as well. I'm going to do this bloody release because there's just so much that's been fixed and improved and changed. The time is nigh. We don't have any reason to withhold it except, I mean, there are known bugs, but there are always little floating known bugs that we have to deal with. It's not different from 2093, except better. There is only betterness. There are things that are still just as bad or broken, which is to say, slightly, not in a major way, but in a very subtle way. There are little things, little motion tricks that we got to figure out. Okay, well, that's all up to date now. So let's There you go. See, it's all about standards and not messing things up. Um, so this is improvement, and this is also, I'm going to call this a temperature thing. Mpc, you definitely try it out if you know, I mean, it still has to be tuned like PID, but it presumably holds the temperature like way better than PID does, and it's self-adjusting, like constantly self-adjusting. So, you know, whatever parameters you set, even if they're really bad, it might settle on some good ones even, you know, after a few seconds. I mean, it's doing all these calculations continually and predictions and then correcting itself. So, you know, it may be that, you know, as far as the way it does corrections, it's like, you never know, like, what if the value is wrong? How do I know that it was because of this coefficient or that factor or whatever that it's wrong? So it has to kind of like, you know, keep the number of variables limited. So I think it's pretty much just a matter of like, you know, trying to figure out how much power or wattage it needs to add to keep up with what's being removed. And then, so, you know, if you were to heat something up to 240 and it could keep its temperature, you could just stop right there, turn the heater off, be done, print all day at 240. But, you know, we have to continually heat things because there's always loss. It's continually creeping, heating, going in different places, into the heat sink or whatever. I'm thinking, you know, I like heat breaks that isolate the heat block from the rest of the thing, so you even need a heat sink. Um, that's it's hard to do, but those are hard to get. Uh, I should say they're hard to engineer, and the nozzles that have them are typically pretty pricey, but they're a good thing to have. So what are we at? Okay, yeah, just a little quick change. And then is there any Mpc documentation incoming? Let's take a look. Oops, docs. I will get to configs shortly. I think configs are only, I think they're only slightly changed. I have to look at how I want to do the import 2094 thing, as far as that goes. We should be looking at configs. Okay, there we go. We do want to look at import. And then as I look at import 2094, what have I done? Let's see, I went for, yeah, so we're up to here, and then what I do is I just strip out all this crap, and then boom, and then I mark it with a version, right? So that that's the last thing that comes in. The bug fix is actually marked 210 now, so it knows what's going on. It knows what's up. So I should be able to do a rebase basically on import. I could try it, see what happens. I mean, basically, these are all part of that, so they should be skipped as part of the rebase. So it'll say, "Oh, I've got that, got that, got that." It should recognize all these, but then get to these last two and be like, "Okay, these are the ones that need to be applied," and so all these commits between here, after here, will pop up. So let's give it a quick try and see what happens. Why not? Git rebase import 2.0. Oh, well, one of the reasons is going to be there's some things I probably left out. Like I only went up to sound on default, right? So we don't necessarily want to go all the way up to like where's sound on default? It's way down here, right? Yeah. So like we might want to skip certain things. Like this is going to be Archim multi-stepper, and then like the 9-axis stuff is definitely in here already. So like anything I bring in is going to be strange, I think. I don't know, it depends on how I bring it in. Anyway, I gotta go take care of the rent on my coffee. Maybe put a little heat, a little warm it up. I'll be right back. Let's do it. Yeah, I may just be live streaming every day until I get this taken care of. I just feel like it should be bloody out already. Good coffee. Yeah, so I don't necessarily want to import everything, but what happens if I do? Right, like it goes all the way up to UVW, which obviously I can't have. But I want everything else. What did I do with this? Let's see. Let's quickly change. I said release configs, and all I did was remove this and that. Let's open up configs again. Oh, there you are. Driver, I don't know. Yeah, so this all goes up to K, so they're all good there. So yeah, this is a little peculiar. I think what I'm getting a sense is I could probably bring commits in individually, and then it'd be okay. But I'm not exactly sure. What I'll do is I'll get a list of the commits that I want, and I'll try. We'll just see what happens. So if we go to import 2.0, everything after sound on default, like all these should be tried. So I could do, what I typically do is just copy the thing, and we'll do a little bit where we go import 2094, get rebase, hold on, get rebase interactively. 2. See, it's bloody keyboard, and then I just insert it here, like that, and oh, not so good. Only one little thing though. Right, it has linear axes still. Oh wait. They're all DRV 8825s. And it looks like they're all fixed already. So maybe when I do this, it's going to say it's empty. Like sometimes that does happen. Let's take a look. Oh yeah, we just left it out. There's nothing to do. Okay, so apparently that one already brought in. So it's going to take a minute. Next. All right, so we took care of the sound done. Multi-stepper updates. Don't think those apply. Oh, maybe it does. Okay, so we can try that. Multi-stepper, not multi-axis. I keep forgetting. So you can do the same thing. Pick, throw it in there, and it does not like it. Forgotten what I've done. I'd like to keep careful notes, but let's see what it's saying. Oh, it does say it's all resolved. But what does that mean? Oh, wrong branch. Duh. So I think that it's fine. I'm just going to do this. Looks like it's matching the upstream. So yeah, strange. Okay, let's go to the import 2094 and try that again. Ah, okay, see, that's what we want. We want to see something like that. Where we're like, every time I see this, I want to keep this. Oops. Let's go here. Keep it clean. Oops. A. Help if we replace it with the right thing. Okay. But of course, it's not completely done yet. Or is it? Hey. Oops, something doesn't exist. CR6SE doesn't exist. Just don't include it. If it's added somewhere, I can add it, like, and then clean it up. Hey, that did work. Okay, so, yep, they all got in there. Now, the thing is, like, if I go looking for this, I'll find some inevitably configs that weren't updated. So let's just take a quick look and see. Hey, chatters, welcome. We are streaming. We're streaming live. Been here for 3.5 hours or so. It's good to see some folks popping up. Random as you are. New text editor. Fleet. Oh. So typical. Yeah, it's true, it's true. It's a very typical situation. Quickly open my Discord here. Make sure I'm able to hear people. Hey, invite people to join me. How do you do that? Invite everybody. Or send a server invite link to a friend. Here, guys, come on over. Come on over to Discord, guys. What do you say? Yeah. Welcome to my Discord. Oh yeah, let's see what's going on in the chat. It's suddenly gotten a little bit active there. Oh, hello. Yeah, where are we at? Welcome, people. Hello. First time chat. Hello. Oh, look at this. Twitch is getting hacked. Hello. What are we working on, Pisco? Well, Pisco, I'm working on Marlin Firmware, which drives most of the world's 3D printers. I'm scrolling, so the chat's paused for me. Let's see. There's an icon, there's a heyo, there's a lol, there's a bruh. You're obviously not American. You're some kind of foreign actor with your bruh trying to pretend to be an American. Raid! Yep, it's a raid. Welcome to my channel, you raiders. Bruh. 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 Well, raids happen. It's bound to happen. That's all right. Come raid. You will learn about code, or at least about the mess that is code. So yeah, I was in the midst of looking to see if I had any of these that hadn't gotten updated in my little quest, and it looks like I did update them all. So I don't know. It says here that I updated 277 files. Let's find out how many files I bloody well have, just to be on the safe side. And it looks like I have 309 of those. Oh, well, that's the ADV. Never mind. How many of these have I got? 277, that is correct. Of course, over here in the import branch, I probably have a few. Right, it's now this. Oh, no, it's 277 still. Okay. I mean, there's no reason not to have all the configs, because the next release, 209.4, and the other next release, which is also coming at the same time, 2.1, those will both be, Those will both be, you know, doing their thing. Let's see. I don't know what raids are supposed to, what kind of response raids are supposed to cause, but okay, a raid, cool. Yeah, I noticed. Woo. Let's see. Oh, Mpc improvements. I should probably give those a proper, you know, tag. We'll just call it a user style improvement, I guess. Let's do that. Sure. Why not? Raid Shadow Legends. Be sure to buy it. Thank you, Raid Shadow Legends, for sponsoring my channel. No, I'm just kidding. They don't sponsor my channel. I could give two shits. Let's see. All right. Where are we at? Right. Back to import. So I did this stuff down here. I got my multi-step updates. I guess I'm just gonna keep assuming. And we will copy this and we'll go. And oh, it doesn't like me. Okay. Oh, wait a sec. Am I still in import? I am. Abort. Abort, abort. I need to do this. Git checkout. Import 2094 and then rebase it. There we go. What the hell? And yes, once again. So that's what we want. That's what we want to see. Oh, interesting. It's probably just some file that's... Oh, no. I don't know why it calls it a conflict when it's not a conflict, unless it's empty. Huh? It was empty. Apparently I already did that. So it looks to me like I could pretty much... I don't know. If I go to import 2OX and I say, okay, how many commits are we talking about here? So I think I took care of that. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18. All right, all good. I'm not sure. I guess that's going out with 209.4. So that'll be good. Aw, raid's over. I'll miss you. Oh, wait, there we go. This, for some reason, this, oh, there it is. This chatter down here doesn't scroll. So many branches, brah. Who talks like that? Polly Shore? Is that you, Polly Shore? Let's see. Must be the lingo these young whippersnappers are all gabbing these days. Yeah, all you Gen Z, that means the last generation, right? I'm presumably Gen X, which means, you know, I kind of just don't give a fuck at this point. Keep the times. No. The times are stupid. They're always stupid. Let's see. You should read 17th century literature and try to live up to the, you know, aesthetics of that era. Anyway, where are we at? All right, here we are. Yeah, I don't know. It's a strange age. What can I say? Nothing matters. Nothing is true. And everybody's perfectly wonderful. No matter what you say or do, you're a beautiful, fresh-faced baby. That's the modern age. Congratulations. Hey, let's see. Okay, I think that's feeling fairly well fixed. I had to make some tweaks here, but that is as you would expect. All right, so there we go. Yes, many branches, many branches. Here we go. Squashing and merging. Pro UI. Fixes. Fix, improve, and update. Pro UI. And I don't know, stick an icon on there. Any old icon here. We'll use that one. It's a user interface, so user experience icon. That's what you get. Okay. Yeah. Well, if you're saying though, that's not a lot of branches because these are automatic. These are generated from a script. So every time I do a release, I run the script, generates a branch, but I'm trying to keep the branches to a minimum for the main repo. But yeah, my own personal repo is just like, I've got, and I've got all things checked out from other users. I've got Insanity Automation, who's got a giant repo and full of changes and updates and fixes that are much better. We got all these things that say PR on the end. Most of those are probably already merged. Like I do a PR thing and then I always forget to delete it. Like if it's been deleted upstream, like if I go to pick this and it's like, oh, like yeah, so there's no reference to upstream in any way. It must have already been fixed. So it's already been done, so I'll just delete it. But yeah, like all these branches I have a lot to catch up on as far as deletion goes. But some of these are still open, some of these are still alive. And all these things that say PR / number, like I have a script to fix those too. Mpc, which is the branch cleaner. And it just goes through and says it checks to see if it's been merged or closed. It just gets rid of any lingering branches that I have lying around. So there you go. And you can find that with the Marlin Firmware repository. It's a tool that you could use if you're a developer and wanted to keep your branches clean. But all it does really is it looks for branches that start with either PR/ or BF2 underscore and then end with a 5-digit number. And then just basically just uses that to figure out what to look at. The thing about PRs is you don't know the number until you've created the PRs, so it's like I can't just rename my branches and put a number on them. That'd be nice. It'd be cool to like find some way to, if there was some kind of tag or something that GitHub stuck on your branch. I don't know if there's a way that I can do that. It'd be kind of neat. But yeah, we've got so many things going on with this right now. We got a simulation layer now, so you can run Marlin in a simulator. I am trying to get that working on the ARM Mac M1s, and I'm almost very, very close. I at least have remote debugging working on the M1 Mac now, or just all of them, So, and in general, I wanted to have a quick procedure to just be able to like, all right, let's do this debugging over ST-Link, and I have a pretty good setup now. I like it. What is Marlin? Well, if you're into 3D printers, you know what Marlin is. But if you're not, you might be, off in a whole different world. You may think Marlins are just big fish. Or you may be into Marlin Perkins, and Mutual of Omaha's Wild Kingdom. But either way, Marlin in this case is kind of like there's a strange tendency to name firmwares after marlins. There's a marlin, there's a sailfish, and I think there's at least one more that refers to the same kind of fish. Some kind of fish. But yeah. That's what Marlin is. It runs the firmware. It is a firmware that runs on 3D printers and keeps them moving. Well, as long as we've got pull requests, let's see. Should I keep this page open or what? I feel like, oh, I see why I opened this. So that one, I feel like is that ready to go? Did I just merge it? No, I haven't yet. Let's do that. Mpc updates. I'm just going to call this an update because it doesn't really make it. I mean, it's just sort of needed to be done. Improvements. Yeah, so many ways to improve things. I don't know. I just want to say like update. Just do something. I want to put an icon on it if I want it to be like something completely. Add or update assets. So I forgot about that. Bento box. License, comments. Let's just call this. I don't know. We'll put a little flag on it. It's a feature flag. I don't know. It's cute. It's a cute icon. I've never used it before, so why not? My BQ B1 SE Plus printer has been acting up, so I'm trying to figure out a fix for it. Meanwhile, firmware source files and Wi-Fi support. What is this? Oh, this is BQ B1 SE Plus stuff. Carrying on. Yes, they must release the firmware source code. I've been a little less like annoyed by that stuff, but it still can. Oh, right, Universal Z offset. That's not happening yet, so I'm just gonna put this on the back burner. Boop. Yeah. A lot of tweaks to this, based on the fact that it's a Universal Z offset, but okay. And here, baby stepping stuff. Yeah, a lot of tweaks to the behaviors and so forth. But it's not a bad idea. I mean, having a universal Z offset. What I really want to do though is combine the different bed leveling classes together, and have a root class that they all inherit from that has some of these properties and methods. So there's not as much duplication. And also, if you've been using universal bed leveling, and I know none of you raiders care, but viewers on YouTube seeing this later, if you're using UBL, you know, there's this motion routine in it that it does its own motion routine. So it does this thing where, you know, you're making a mesh when you do your bed leveling, and then it's splitting the as it moves. It's splitting on the mesh boundaries, which is there's just no point. There's no point. It doesn't necessarily save much calculation. You're doing more logic, and in general, it turns out that if you do a split of a line on a mesh boundary and you've only got a tiny bit overlapping, then you're going to get this tiny segment that is not very long, and it's going to get limited by the minimum segments or minimum steps per segment, and so it ends up getting joined to the next segment, and typically the next segment ends up being kind of long, and so you end up with just this mesh boundary stuff. No, forget it. So what we typically do is just do, all moves are just split up into shorter moves. So 1 millimeter, even 5 millimeters, frankly, is just fine because it's sloping around the bed, and you don't have, you're going to have slight differences as you're coming from different places, but they're going to all, where they converge will be very close. And the tilt of a bed within the 5 millimeter span is not going to be very much. And so, you can imagine making the lines even, a full centimeter or whatever. But, whatever works, frankly. It's just, so I'm going to actually rip out all that UBL motion code. And I'm going to try and do my best to get UBL, the leveling compensation, moved into the planner with the rest of the leveling systems. I was kind of thinking of moving UBL's flags and procedures into ABL, and just combining them and making one. When UBL's on, it's basically ABL plus extra stuff. for now, it's just what it is. But yeah, it would be kind of cool to make it granular. Like I want to have a tiltability and all that kind of thing. But typically, yeah, the thing with yeah, the thing with that is it's just it's all compiled in. I could make it so it's more configurable, use a little more RAM, take advantage of these 32-bit processors more. But yeah, the idea would be you could turn off on and off features piecemeal. So if you didn't need the tilt, you could just turn that off. If you didn't need, some kind of change the whole height, you could turn that off, and just use the parts you need. And UBL is a little weird too, in that it probes the bed to every place that it can reach with the probe, and but it makes the mesh still fill the entire bed, so that you have to manually probe the outer points that it can't reach. So if you're using a nozzle as a probe, you're golden. It'll always work. But if you have any kind of offset at all that goes outside the bed or outside the printable area, then yeah, you can't, or if you can't reach it, rather, like say a probe to the left of the nozzle can't reach the right edge of the bed, usually, unless the nozzle can go way past the right edge. So yeah, you have to often you have to probe those. But if you set the inset enough, then you can avoid that. But UBL does some weird things with the inset. Like things outside the inset, I think, are set to a fixed value. So you could be going along, 1 millimeter, and then suddenly you hit the edge and it jumps or something because you're suddenly outside the boundary. So now it's 5. But usually it's like something like 0. But either way, if you're up a little bit and then suddenly you're tilted bed, yeah, you get some weird things. So you want to stay in your mesh. Most of the time, of course, you're printing in the middle, something small. Rarely do we fill the bed with a giant object or a plate full. But once in a while. Okay, so with this one, the universally offset setting, I'm kind of holding on to this because this is going to inspire me to do that UBL stuff. So let's put that aside. I started working on a fan class, but it's not ready. Again, which one is this? This is my fan refactor. Started a month ago, so let's do a little rebase on that. Okay, yeah, I said there was a conflict of some kind. And there is. My fan class is planning to replace that with that. So basically, I just have to do that. And everything else should be fine. Next. Same deal. And finally, this is just a big refactor. Always refactoring. Always with the refactoring. Anything else? Set fan speed is the same. I see. That's cute. So yeah, I can see I'm getting rid of this. That's already gone. And the rest looks bloody the same. Okay, good. Just checking. I want to make sure. Okay, we're good. Continue that rebase, please. And we're good. Golden. And that takes care of our conflict. I'd rather do it that way than resolve them here. And you can see them changing a lot of things with this fan refactor, as you do with a fan refactor. But there's one issue. There's one place, which is the fan kickstart speed, which I have to fix because I tried to do it in a new way. Now that it's a fan class, yeah, I wanted to put the kickstart stuff in the fan and then the PWM stuff too. And that's all now part of the fan class. You can see where it's all being moved. All these lines being deleted. And then in temperature, is this where I put the fan class? No, I probably included somewhere else. But yeah, see all this stuff's being removed. So it does make it a little neater. Who knows if it makes the code smaller in the long run? Probably not. Right. So yeah, you can see some of the stuff I'm doing here. It's writing fan. Yeah, like one of the things about the this particular firmware is we're doing a lot of direct pin manipulation rather than use the Arduino calls to do that. Um, and we're doing all our own ADC and stuff like that because otherwise it's blocking. And you can't have things blocking in a firmware where you want a nice responsive UI and stuff. So, given that that's the case, that we're doing all this custom stuff, things like pin manipulation for the fans is like slightly complicated it's because of the fact that we're doing these writes. So like if I have a fan class and there's like 7 fans and they all have their own pins and I want this fan to write to its pin, I could call like digital write with the pin number, which would work, but there are places where I wouldn't want to do that. Like I wouldn't want to do that. Well, I wouldn't necessarily want to do that like in the ISR, for example. But what the thing is that the digital pin thing, it actually goes and does some math, figure out what the pin and port are, and then it does the thing. But you can do that at compile time. There's no reason to have it figure it out at runtime. The only reason that you do that is when you have a pin that you don't know. And in the case of the fans, we always know all the pins. So one approach I thought to take would just be like make the root fan class have a switch statement with all the writes, and you just call it from the fan that you're manipulating. So fan 1, you call that, and it knows, oh, I'll just write the pin for fan 1. So yeah, I mean, it works. But it's like I would much rather have it where when you go to fan 0 and say write, it would not go through a switch statement. Skip the switch statement and just do the write. Compiler, if it could, figure out that is always going to be the same. Like if it's fan 0, it's always going to be the same. If it could figure that out, that would be really neat. By making the switch like force inline, maybe that would work. So I play around with it. But yeah, that's one of the things that kind of threw me a bit. It was like I wanted to find a way to maybe use a template class or something to get that to work, or give each fan its own write callback, which is another possibility with the write method inside of it. Which can work, you just have to include that method when you define the fan. You actually have to point at it or whatever, or set it later, but then you've got to deal with then you have a pointer to a function that you have now as a new piece of data. And it's like, the linker has to take care of that and all that. So it's like, yeah, what's the neatest way? And I'm thinking maybe just this switch statement is just fine. And I'll just try and do as much as, when you know what the fan number is, like every fan has its own index, and that's the other thing too, is like, if you say fan 0, do this, like once you've called into it, it doesn't know it's fan 0 unless it looks at its index. So the thing is like, because these are, each of these is the same class, I can't like put a different number on each of these and have it be like, oh yeah, when you get this fan object, it's going to have a different number because it's a fan 7, not a fan 0 or whatever. And fan 7 does a write to pin 7 or whatever. Like that would be another way to kind of approach it, like make a separate class for every fan. But yeah, I was trying to do where you have a root class and then you call this thing, but then you need a virtual method, which means you need a virtual table of contents, which is like a switch statement is probably more efficient than having a VTalk inside your class for because then you're dealing with a lot of things. Like you don't know which of your methods are going to be using the VTalk. Because once you've made one, I suppose once you've made one method virtual, it doesn't necessarily mean the rest have to be, and that VTalk could just be one entry, and I don't know, it just feels weird to go through all these different things, but I could look at each one and compare them and see which is better. The only reason you have to think about that is because we're still trying to, support AVR boards, and I could be really inefficient and sloppy all the time if I didn't have to, if I was just ESP32, because we have all this memory and flash, there's plenty of, like, you can waste time and it doesn't matter that much, because you're not wasting as much time. when you waste cycles. So it's like, you know, but with this kind of stuff, yeah. So so I'm gonna put that aside for later. That one's clearly been done, and now we're down to the BQ stuff. So I think I have a. Should I just add these tabs to my BQ fix here? I think I will. More tabs for later. All right, back to the pile. So now we can close that. Good. So let's take a quick look at, again, we're just going through the pull requests, get as many of these taken care of, get all those last minute bugs patched in there. Then, and only then, will we tag and do the release. Okay, where are we at? So no fan refactor today. Let's just look at the top ones. So top. Oop, there's one. There's a bug fix right there. Yay! So something got missed. Yeah, I think I saw this reported somewhere. Oh, right. Yeah, you gotta do that. You can't do that. You can't do that. Figure out what's going on with this. You can't. Yeah, you can't wrap a C string in a flash string helper. I mean, you can, but it's not a good idea. Yeah. So instead of submenu F, to figure this out, what can I even use? I mean, I could use submenu, but it does a good text F on it. Yeah, see, this is annoying. The menu title is not supposed to be ever non-constant. So this is tricky. So what's it doing? It's getting the text. Oh, I see what it's doing. Yeah, okay. So I should use some kind of thing where I'm using I'm doing a string replacement or something. Yeah, I actually have a method. Of course, I have a method for that. Forgot about it. But yes, there is a way. There is a way. See this? S. F. That's what we want. And SF will call menu item SF. And what does that do? It takes an S and it puts it in the item string. And then that becomes a replacement string. So this is what we do it. We look at our menu item, figure out what it's doing. So first thing, I see what it's doing. That's funny. So TMP again. So I'm going to do it like that, and then here, like so here, yeah, fine. Do it that way because we're doing it as an add-on anyway, and we're using a null string here. So it's like you can actually do that. And then what's it do? It says add-on 0 plus 1. So it actually could make the title. I have a feeling I'm close. I don't know. Let's do this. First off, what was that string? Yeah, there's your problem. First of all, it shouldn't be %s. That's just, I have something for that. I have, is it % in general? No, no, I guess not. What did I end up using for that? Let's look it up. Let's see. So if it's an equals or tilde, right? So it's a $sign. You create a. You just put a $sign, of course. That's kind of customary. The old school BASIC used $sign in front of string variables. I think Perl might still. Let's see, where are we at? Right. So this, first of all, how often is this thing used? And do we have to do this everywhere? It looks like it. Well, let's take care of the one issue and then we'll move it to the rest. But it looks like it's doing the same in all cases. It's doing a sprint of into it, which is just not right. Just not right. Got a better way to do this. So, first of all, let's see how many of these there are, if they're all in the same place, and also get rid of some context so we can just see the one. Oh yeah, look at that. So I just replace it with a $sign. Millimeters. And 22 files, they'll save just fine. All right, let's close those tabs to the right and get back to this. So, first thing is now that that is ready, all we have to do is go like this. Is it SF or is it just SF? SF. Oh, there is one that's just S. Right, okay, yeah, just S. I think that's what we want. S. Type. Oh, I gotta set the type. Submenu S, so it knows it's a submenu, so that's good. It sets it as a submenu. Okay, good. And yes, there is one. Good. Okay. We're almost there. So the only other thing is that this has to have the string populated. Now I can remember how that's done. Let's take a look at how it's done here. So here we do a it does have the item index set. So yeah, there you go. Yeah, you set the item index as the first parameter. Or the string. In this case, we're doing a string. Crap. Forgot. So it's the second parameter. UI get preheat label. Yeah, I think yeah, this makes more sense. So there's an action item that does it. Perfect, okay. So we just do whatever the string is that we're trying to get. And the string we're trying to get is this one. And actually, what's cool is it's a temporary string, but it returns, this function returns this, assuming it succeeds. Okay, so let's take a look again. This action item S, what else does it do? Yeah, okay, so it's a typical action item otherwise. So I think that's correct. Let's take a look. And here again, I've done the graphical TFT, the same deal. Let's see if this ends up being exactly the same thing or what. Okay, So that's all fine. So I don't need the add-on part. Yay! And that means these are the same. Which means, supposedly, I can do this. Right. Now that's better. So yeah, I'm trying to get more of these in place. So yeah, digs. Okay, so that should do the trick. We'll see. Because yeah, each of these, there's not like a loop here or anything. Oh yeah, it just has a thing where it's filling it in, and it uses. Yeah, I feel like this is right and ready, right and ready. So 4, 3, 2. Okay, I see what's going on. Times 1,000 minus. That's an interesting one. Not 0 when you take value multiplied by 1,000 and subtract the, int version of that. Okay. Works for me. You have to use u near 0, unsigned near 0, because with floats, you can't just compare something to 0 all the time and guarantee. Sometimes you'll be subtracting, adding, multiplying, doing all kinds of things to your value, and you get these weird float artifacts, as you may know. So your value isn't actually 0, it's more like 0.0000001, or something like that. Let's see. Sailfish. All right, so here we have that. I think that's pretty cool. String substitution for title. New item. So that should fix that issue. Yeah, so I care about my contributions. I make sure they're good. So now I got to do the same thing in some other places before I give up here. So like here's label. Then what's it doing? It's creating a temp. Right. And then it's doing a sprintf. Yeah, all bad. This is all going to be fixed shortly. Yeah, this is going to be the same thing I just did, basically, I think. So let's take a look at what we got. So menu motion. So again, it's doing temp. It's got digs. It's got the label. It's creating it. It's got numstra. Oh, do we even need temp here now? I've done that. I guess not. Cool. So I won't be needing it here either, I reckon. Yeah, I have a feeling this is pretty much it. We're gonna get the digs and then we're done. Boom, submenu S, move string. Yep, that's the value, right? D to strif, digs, numstra. And then go to manual move. Oh, it wants to go to manual move, not Z move. Which is interesting. I guess I'll have to double check and make sure that's all what was supposed to be here, I think. Yes. Okay, yeah. I wouldn't want to have missed something kind of obvious like that. What? Go to manual move Z? Yeah, they're both manual move Z. Okay, good. Okay, now that takes care of that. Goodbye, goodbye, goodbye. Bye. Goodbye. All right. Do 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 do. Yeah, you're done. I haven't pushed it yet, so I can just undo my commit and commit it again. I get all my changes. There we are. One more. Let's make sure that... Oh, look at you. Another one. Yeah, it's exactly the same. And find manual move is less than 0.1. I see. I really should say like 9999 or whatever. This kind of comparison is sketchy. That's just the thing. Okay, so we got digits to the right of the decimal, all that. It's all being so often this same thing is coming up again and again. But that's what happens with the menu implementations oftentimes. Is there's just stuff that ends up popping up repeatedly. And if we can, we'll play it, just get it whittled down to the essentials. Oh, this one seems to... Oops, I forgot to keep num string. Well, don't want that. All right. Oops, what line was that? 202. Good enough. Oh, num string. Boom. There we go. Let's do it that way. Let's just put this right next to where it's used. Just keep it at hand. That way we can see they're very closely dependent on each other, right? Sure. Okay, good. Clean up, clean up, clean up. You can tell I'm getting closer to that release. Because I do want to merge this. I'm gonna get that, if I'm here for the next 6-7 hours, I don't care. I'm just gonna get this thing merged. I may take a break and go get some food, but in the meantime, actually I'm thinking, feeling a little lazy, I might go order a burger and just go pick one up. Order me a veggie burger. As you might have heard before, I've got a food truck like Plaza over here, like just a couple blocks away. I can pick up Greek food or burger, all vegan. Uh, Custom move menu item to custom move titles. No, they're not all fixes, are they? So yeah, I like that they've added this little side thing for navigating the files in Marlin now. I mean, on GitHub. But I always forget to use them because I'm so used to the old ways. But yeah, so it's just, I'm marking them all viewed because I have viewed them, I just worked on them, but I like to keep them open to be able to look at them once in a while. Let's see. Sometimes when you publish something, you're like, now I see it. Now that I put it up in front of other people, I can see how terrible it is. Okay, so we're all good. We're kicking butt, removing 36 lines and tweaking a string. We can't do, one of the things we can't do in Marlin, or in this environment we have, is printf with floats. That costs extra. So we use d to strf, as you do. Oh, this seems to be like not matching something. Let's take a quick look. What's failing? What test is failing and why? It's nice that you can check the tests in GitHub Desktop now. Run straight to them and see, oh, here's what you did wrong. Message move nmm is not declared. What? That doesn't make any sense. Well, it does seem to exist. It's here. But what? Where does it say that and why? Let's do a quick build, shall we? It may be that it's... okay. Let's do a quick search in expansion, blah, blah, blah. Never heard of move menu, move nmm. Strange. Oh, here it is. But what? Note. D to strf is not a member. What? What are you talking about? Oh, I forgot to put in my... No, I did. It's cool. It's being very strange. I don't know what's going on. Submenu S, let's take a look at what... Have I used it before? I don't think I've even used it. Oh, I did. I used it in here. Oh, you gotta put the string in front of the title. I didn't realize that. Okay. All right, so I want to replace that with that. And now it should build, right? Sure. Let's check. I think I checked. I seem to keep forgetting. But yeah, this, I think, I don't remember why I put the title second, but I did. Right, menu preheat. Cool, okay. I'm going to use this more often. This string substitution stuff is going to be very useful for certain things. In particular, right now we have all these repeated methods for each axis. This has been annoying me for ages. And all it needs to do is just send a string substitution of the correct axis. And we have I think we might have an array of them. I'm not sure, I'll check it. But yeah, well, here's, I guess, no, I don't have that yet, but, that can be added next. Interesting. Okay, so weird. I mean, string A, I'm sure it's used in many places, but yeah, like there it is in, let's take it out of the language. So apart from language, it's actually mentioned here. Yeah, A, B, C, E. Fascinating. Usually it's going to be X, Y, but it could be A, B. If you're using like a delta or something. So, neat. Yeah, so I can definitely do a like some kind of substitution. Like here, I would try and do, like, let's look for this. Yeah, so here, uses draw label, does it that way. You know, which is fine. But here's where I would do this. I don't have string substitution added into the dwin stuff yet. Um, it should be, because we can get rid of so many titles if we did. But anyway, I'm not going to work on that now. I'm tempted to, but of course, I'm always tempted to fix anything that needs fixing. Let's see what we got. Oh, still failing. What now? And now, cannot convert char to an assignment. What? Oh, maybe it's, no, it should be submenu S. I don't know. Submenu, then the S, then the label, and then the dest. Right. And in this case, it does a get text F for you on it. And then the dest, as it were, is here. And it looks good to me, frankly. Char pointer. Assignment, what are you talking about? Which parameter? An expansion of, I feel like it's this one, the numster. But it can't be. Something like, what does it want to be fster? I'm a little confused. Hold on. What? Let's do the build ourselves. What are we building here? We're doing the FISET CF6, which is 14, and you're doing the delta ramps, etc. Okay, so delta could throw a spanner in the works, I guess. Yes. I could see that. All right, so what's going on with that? In the expansion of macro, so here it gets the F label by taking the S and get text effing on the label, which is there, and the dest. So that should be doing the right thing. But, oh, it says item string equals something. It could be the item string is the thing that's getting screwed up. I don't think I never meant to make it an F string. Yeah, okay, no. Item string is supposed to be a char pointer. F to P item string. Let's make sure item string isn't something unique to this. What? 8 occurrences across 5 files. All right. One down. And let's see what those look like. Yep. Okay. Okay. I guess dwin string add here. Well, item string is, we're changing item strings. K. Interesting. Well, I've declared it once, but I think I need to make sure that it is declared correctly. So H declares it, and then there it is. I like to put them there. Depending. In a declaration, I'll put it elsewhere, but yeah, I guess it's a declaration. It depends. If it's a parameter being passed, I'll use char pointer, that, like that. It's, you know, it's important to do it like this because if you're going to do, you know, this, you need to, you know, you need to have it there, and so it makes sense to put it like that. So, okay, but here, you know, it's like find char star. Let's do that anyway. Okay. That one, void star const. Okay. So I think these should get updated. And let's see if it works. That take care of all our issues or what? I hope so. But item string could be, yeah, it's supposed to be a C string, I think. Yeah. Get pre label. G codes item UI get pre label. Okay. Ah, this is so annoying. Sometimes it is and sometimes it isn't. So it's like, I need there to be a pointer to the thing. That's just the thing. It's like if it's a program string, you have one way of accessing it. If it's something else, then you have another way of accessing it. And then this. Comes up a lot. Yeah, I mean, yes, you want your menu item base to have. Oh, well, there it is. Yes. Right, so that's what I want it to be. Tricky stuff. Okay, right. Alright, so this is going to be very tricky. So NS is fine, F fine again, but sticking it inside of a thing. So yeah, most of the time it wants to be gonna have to do it as some ways of getting it as it's all about get preheat label. It's all about get preheat label. So yeah, I mean one way to deal with it would be to just substitute a single dollar sign. Like submenu SF. But I have to definitely return it as a C string, which is just annoying. Trying to think of a way to deal with it. Could replace the dollar sign with a capital S and do a substitution that way. Because I believe it will work with both program strings and C strings. I'm not really sure. right? FMT is in various places. But yeah, it's meant to get the text, and whether it's a C string or not, do the right thing. So let's see, what is it failing on? It's failing on the init and other things. Right, so draw. Right. The third item is item string. 1, 2, 3, and there's no matching function call. Or flash string helper. Flash string helper. An index. An infster. Oh, this is really annoying. Really want these strings to be doable, but I guess I can do it this way. Is this the only one? There's got to be a few here. Let's find all the instances of tilde. Okay, yeah, there's a few instances of these. So this one takes a PGMP as its instr, right? Right, end P, because it takes a program string, I think. And yeah, see, it's got that where it's F to B, because it's taking a program pointer, program string pointer. This really annoys me. But all right, let's open all the things. All right, there we go. We got 3 different things. They're all doing their own substitution methods here. So this one, here we have the add, tf string add. It's doing the interpolation for us. And it's taking it as a unit8 pointer, which, you know, whatever. I don't know what you do with this, but just mark it. I know, it's just a lot of mess here. Let's see, so I feel like that's safe, right? Oh boy, yeah, I could kind of open a can of worms here. Item string equals what? Oh, right. Well, item string, oh boy. It's really annoying. You want to say this is what I'm pointing to and then just have to know what it is. I should make it a void pointer. What do you think? No, it won't do the right thing. All right, here's the idea. We'll make some variants. Okay, we'll just do the variants that we have to do. Start with this one. Okay, there's a string. Hey, cool. Add in if string. How annoying, huh? I think I'll do it this way. Screw it. Let's do it this way. There, how you like that? It'll just use the first one it finds. Deal with the adding later. So yeah, then this one just becomes string index null inf string. Done. Something's gone a little funky. There we go. Hello. Someone's taking over my screen. You're hacking me. No, let's see what's going on here. There we go. Hey. There, I made it inline. So there you go. And then this does need to be equal to null pointer. I feel like that'd just be there. It definitely has an F stir. There, so that's good. So we got a F string and then we got some kind of other string. We don't know what they are yet. We got a char, but the cool thing about the F string is that we know that it's wrapped. It's wrapped up. So it knows how to do that. Looks like. Doesn't have to pee on it. And then, great. And there you go. So it looks like it knows what it's doing. Yay, okay, that takes care of one. Now there's this one. Same kind of idea. I think I'll just do the same bloody thing that I just did, which is I'll get my add function here or whatever. I think it does the same kind of thing. Yeah, it has an add and it does all that. So yeah, it's exactly pretty much the same. go. And we have voila. Oh yeah, do this too. Why not? I'm obsessed with const. It doesn't really do much, but better to have it than not sometimes. Just being expressive. Let's see. So that took care of that, except for put it right here. I guess I will. Where did I do it? The other place. There, I put it before. Let's put it after. And let's not forget that. Yeah, this is important stuff. We gotta have these string substitutions working reliably everywhere. Okay, good for that. See, I picked F string first. I guess it doesn't really matter which one goes first. My guess is that this is going to be the more common one. That's why I'm kind of putting it first. It's like better to succeed early. Fewer checks, the better. And now this one, which is right. I have to look at all these now. That's the only other one. This is the one that gets the trickiest, I guess. Can do that. We still haven't settled the issue of doing C strings, which is really even more annoying. I would much. There's got to be C strings, so how do we deal with that? Where do you put them? You know, I guess. Well, just have to. I mean, maybe I should just have in string, in C string, and in F string. Just have all the parameters, and just screw it. Right. So. Problem with this one is just you don't know if it's a C string or not. So, and the other thing is too, you would only want to use this. It's interesting. Yeah, I'm gonna go with that. I think that's just the smarter way to go. And you have this becomes the master function. Well, this one has call row p string indent. Oh yeah, we're gonna have to do all this. So this one takes a program string. I think I'm gonna go with. Well, wait, it's got a p on the end, so it's supposed to take a program string for a certain parameter. yeah, like I really want to be able to use all of the above. So see, now this one is going to be. That's the thing, is I just don't know. Is it reference to the first parameter or not? Let's see where it's used. Not a lot of places, but enough to be annoying. So there's one where it's got a p string, another one, and another one with the rows and columns that sends a p string. Then the inf string is being changed to something else. And then the same here, put in string is, yeah, okay, so let's take a look at it in actual usage. Oh, wait a minute. It doesn't look like it's actually being used anywhere. Only things that are, I think it's being called indirectly, so nothing calls it directly. Let's try this. I guess it's mostly this one. Yep. So this one has an F string, item index, item string, and then the max width. This one, 0 baseline, F string, item index, item string. So these, again, are all using C strings. C strings. Item string is, unless it's been pulled out of somewhere else. Well, wait a second. One thing I can definitely do is, let's see. Right, where is that label? Get preheat label? Get preheat label, yeah, it's using F strings. So they're all wrapped up. Right. Okay. And what's interesting is that F-P does decompose into a simple, something simpler, for sure, depending on your situation. Ooh. Well, it does exist in a lot of places, but it is not defined, apparently. Right. You want that to be an F string pointer. Right. Because it takes an F string. Okay. Doing a lot of this string update stuff, refactoring. It's definitely a bit of a hassle sometimes. Right. Yep, so that one takes just plain old pointer to text. Draw a status line with some text. So this is the thing. We want every program string to be identifiable. Anything that's not a PGM string, like here we have, yes, it has a P on it. Therefore, it's expecting this. The ones that don't have P's on them, we'll take whatever. So you have your, takes an F stir as opposed to a P. Now, what about C strings? Well, you got to have something to handle this too. So here we got this taking that, and then we have, yeah, so we got to put, all right, so this one has, yeah, Yeah, you don't want to put PGMPs on any of these. I think that this should be, I mean, that's fine there. I mean, in a way, that's fine. But every single one of these has to do the right thing. So, um, let's see. If it's a program string, yes, that's great. It may not be. Oh, yeah, read byte ROM. See, it's using a callback. Of a character to get the character, right? And it's reading it from ROM because it's coming from P, and P comes from P star, and P star is P. Which is a const star pointer. So I think, oh, I don't know why that's you get a date, but it is. Yeah, so you can see what this is such a hassle. So what you want to do is you want to get that F string, you want to get that N string, and you want this to be not a P. It's not a P. It's not a P. N times divided by menu font width. I see. Like, what should I put in N minus? I guess. So, what's going on? Yeah, if I duplicate this for, like, that seems to be the fine. Like, I got an NF string and then I got an N string. The N string is going to definitely be a right. So yeah, I think that's the idea here. Is it's definitely going to be caught as a C string in this case. Right. So when we look at int p, what it's taking is, well, this one's calling the main function, but it's because it has a column and row, so it does the move and then it just calls the rest. So if you got this is the main workhorse right here. Right, so you can see it's actually got let's see, yeah. So char pointer, instr, f string pointer. That's better. So now, when this comes in, there's a column and a row, and a p string for the title, I guess, plus an index, plus the rest of this stuff. All right. All right. So then I can do that. Call row, whatever. Take a f str instead. And right? Yeah. So then this one. Right, so that one is actually taking whatever's. um, and let's just do this one here with the inster instead. Do this one first so they're consistent, I guess. And then there's our max line. And so this time we do and yeah, I think that F to P thing is not necessary here. And yeah, I see. So the P is really more about the first parameter. So next, so this one's going to have the oops. Okay. Inster. Okay, a little wrapper for these things so they can be nice and neat. I think that should do the trick. I definitely want to make sure that yes, that's P. What about just a regular old string that's not a P, huh? Oh, there you are. Huh, for some reason it's it's using P anyway. What? You make no sense. So that is a regular old string, right? Sure, it says so right there. Why isn't it there? Why isn't it in that file, huh? Why? Oh, I see. Each thing defines its own. It's part of the API, as it were. So, we have things happening. I don't know if any of them are good, but let's try a rebuild and just see if it succeeds at this point. I have a lot to do as far as these string substitutions go. Still. No matching function call for a thing containing a call row, etc., etc. Let's see why. Okay. End. Hmm. It does have an index, doesn't it? Yeah, I'm thinking all these U8 string end things need to be like smart string of some kind. But basically, yeah. So where are we at? We've got, it doesn't understand this. I see. No matching function call to call row string integer flash helper, or null and then flash helper. Interesting. I would have thought you would use it more often like that, but apparently it is occasionally used like this. Okay, well, let's see if it can handle this. Null, yeah. Then here, same deal. Oops. F string pointer, null pointer. All right, let's try to build that. May have to do char pointer on the other null pointers here. Maybe. Ooh, okay. Default argument missing for parameter 5. 1, 2, 3, 4. Oops. Sure enough. Yeah, you want that to be like that. Like a these. All right, good. Yeah, this is just silly. I should be knowing every nook and cranny of this code. So again, no matching function for this one. Where it takes a in string and then a null pointer. Interesting. Inster null pointer maximum. So it doesn't like it. Let's find out why. Alright, so it doesn't recognize this as being a valid function call. Given that I've converted it to a P, which it should be happy with. End no call row. Oh, there it is. Right. So there is one, right? It takes a P star. Wait, it takes a call row and then P star. and then index, and then the substitution string, and then, oops, that's missing too. I see. So you would have had both, huh? Column, row, p string, index. Oh, an in string, right? Come up with that one, right? Okay, then, oh, I see. So this isn't really even needed because I already have these done. I've got the right calls already with, so I don't necessarily need to send off those. I just need to give them out. Right, so this is the one that does that trick. Oh, I see. Yeah, actually, there isn't one that does that trick yet. Let's fix these first. There. I think that'll do the trick. Let's have every variant possible, right? Okay, we're getting closer. No matching function call to menu base init with a fster. Okay, so now we have to deal with menu base. This is going to be interesting. Need to be able to tell from what the string is. Like we get a substitution string pointer. It has to point at something that exists at the time that it's drawn. Trouble is, yeah, when you init, you're getting that string pointer set. So I'm thinking I should use a void pointer. Then you have to figure out some way to introspect on the right kind of thing. Yeah, I don't know. Let me see what menu item base is doing here. So yeah, we have this pointer to an item string. Fortunately, it is a character pointer. I feel like I want a different type of thing if I could, one that has an item, one that knows what kind of string it is. And that thing is I could make 2 pointers or I could make a flag. Or I could do something clever like item index with a 128 added means it's a C string. I don't know. But yeah, you can see here it's init. Yeah, like if you were doing a draw and you passed it at that time, it would be great. But yeah, but when you draw, it gets the substitution string out, uses it. what was it before? It was mm-hmm. Oh, well, fine. You could just stash and unstash, you know, for me, but that's fine. Don't. Okay, we're getting into some shit now. So what should we do? Should we make it a... I don't know, I mean, I'm not going to use malloc. That's not happening. No malloc, no new. Meh. Sooner I kill it, the better, I guess. It's not actually a functional change, but that's okay. No, it still doesn't work. But we're getting closer. So the idea here is, let's take a look at what I've done to menu item.h. Right, there it is. Now, I really kind of wish I knew what the string was. So it's either going to be an F string or it's going to be a C string. Ooh, and each menu item that you create is going to have one or the other. But the thing is, I can't really automate this like detection. That sucks. I'd like to be able to do like automatic detection on that stuff. That would be cool. Yeah, that's funny. Yeah, Limp Bizkit, fuck those. Fuck that band. Never liked it. Never will. I don't know. Maybe I'm not a typical Gen Xer. The thing about if you look back on popular music, the music that was popular wasn't necessarily the music that people liked. It was just the music that was popular. So, yeah, most people really didn't like Limp Bizkit, but you just couldn't avoid the motherfuckers. Um, Hence, lines like, I'm gonna do to you what Limp Bizkit did to pop music in the 90s, is, is a very scary threat. Let's see here. What do we got? Now, as a musician myself, I kind of like musicians who blow my mind. And just Limp Bizkit has a sound, a style, but they ain't kicking out any radical jams that I've ever heard. Kind of like went back to the 70s and like, explored that era more, became more of a fan of Led Zeppelin than I would ever be of anything like Limp Bizkit, thank you very much. Not that I'm a big fan of Led Zeppelin either. I appreciate some of their music, but you get the idea. I'm not a big fanboy. I like things that I like. I like three songs on your album, but the rest of it sucks. It's not unusual. All right, let's go back to the previous thing that we had in menu H and a quick look at, same with menu CPP. Let's just fix this up a little bit. I would really like to make this work better. Now, obviously, this is very silly. It needs to be a string pointer of some kind, and we need to know whether it's a program string or a C string. Now, I feel like %S does the right thing, but I think it's only being used very specifically with certain systems, and only with things that are definitely known to be, program strings. You just need special accessors. So, what am I gonna do? Let's see. Well, here's a get UTF-8 value CB. See what that does. P start. Oh yeah, and then there's a read byte pointer. So, right? So what I want is maybe another flag. I hate to do this, but I don't know. How do you do it exactly? This string is a C string. It's either going to be an F string or a C string. That's it. Nothing in between. I don't know. What do you think? Char. Um. Yeah. Okay. Well, we have all the sorts of right things. I guess the other thing was that, I can't necessarily gauge where these strings are coming from. This was right. It's all good. But now I just need to figure out what to send, how to send it. I don't want to create a second pointer for every menu item. I think about how it works, but menu items are created on the stack. They're temporary. But then the code that's generated out of them is real, permanent. So I'm kind of curious if let's see what this build size is. If I can do a successful build. I won't be able to right now, but compare the sizes of what compared to a couple of things. Just get out the regular build and see if the regular stuff and Yeah, okay. So let's say go to bug fix, current bug fix. Oops, I haven't pulled that stash out yet. So, it's 14 delta. Yes, I think that's what we're doing. Okay, so here we've got that size. Now let's put an extra item string in here that's a static char pointer item string. We'll call it item C string, I guess. C. Let's call it item string C. And we'll do this. Just in case. Now, what happens? Let's see what kind of size we get. Okay, not much change, but all those menus, have some effect, right? It's no different, even though I added a whole new pointer. You know why? Because it never gets used. That's why. So I think I'm golden as long as I just. The thing is, I don't want to depending on how you init it, you want to be careful. So I guess I do where it's a C string there, and then I'll just make separate ones in there. Okay, I'll be right back. I gotta go take a relief break. Yeah, so I was into Radiohead for a while, but not really into. Never saw them in concert or anything. Alright, so that means I can do this. That's better. Then when we draw it, pre-post draw, etc., etc. Now we just need to figure out how I get my item string set. So here we have it being set in such a way. SF. It should just be able to init it with the string as one of its elements. I mean, that's how we do it, right? Menu item base item string equals S. Oh, that's interesting. Well, how many times is this done? It's got a unique string. So yeah, I don't know why item string isn't being set when it knits, because there's menu item base and knit right there. Which sets the index and the, you know, should just be able to set 0. Right? It should just be able to go 0 S. Like that. I just want to make sure I'm calling a knit because these are important. It won't do the right thing if I don't have the right kind of string. So actually now, okay, the S part is there's the string, and then it is an F for, you know, it does its own thing for the F stuff. Right, it does a P type, passing on the V, and interesting that it doesn't, oh, I see, just passing on the rest. P. I don't know why it's maybe enter P. I don't know, it just doesn't seem right somehow. But I guess it might be. Okay, build again. Let's see what we're doing. See how we're doing. Have I broken anything badly yet? Oh yes, I have. Argument missing for parameter 2. Where? Invalid conversion from const to char. Yeah, whatever. Okay, next. Default argument missing for parameter 2 of this init. Oh, right, because int is equal to 0. Okay. Yeah, okay, that's fine. We already have the one that takes anything. Now we just do that. Yeah, see, if you have a default value for a value, everything after it has to also have a default value, or for a parameter rather. So yeah, let's see how that worked out. Same size, 180.156, I guess, more or less. I feel like it hasn't changed size, but gotta triple check. Boom. So if we undo or revert or whatever, and do the build just to see what our size is again. 4627, 108, 180.156, 27 and 56. Not that I cleared the screen. Oh, wait, it's smaller. So it does actually get larger as a result of this change by a pretty significant amount, but, oh, it's only the code though. I expect the code to change, but it's mainly the storage I care about. So yeah, okay, only a little bigger. I don't really care. But yeah, no extra storage. So that's the important thing. Very important. Also, it goes on this, you know, all this stuff goes on the stack, so. Right. Oops. Right, so mainly how much RAM, and yeah, as long as it doesn't take up much more RAM, I'm happy. And also, you know, like how much more does it take up in terms of, so it's 144 versus 156, so it's 12 bytes. I can't imagine that's caused by, you know, maybe that's every menu that has a thing, I don't know, but I don't know. I don't know. Let's get on with this next bit here. Okay, so, well, Okay, so now we've got our string. We're good. Now when we draw, we're going to be getting the string however we get it. So now we look at the draw routine and make sure that it picks the right string to send. You know, and that's the main thing. So I think, I'm not sure where we find it. Menu item maybe? Oh, I guess probably menu item. Yep. Each screen has its own. So now what we got to do is say, okay, it's calling end, and there we go. Item string C. There. How's that? Send them both. Oh, the other. Oh well, that's a problem, I think. I mean, I think they should end up being null when you create the object on the stack. It'll just clear it automatically. Okay. So yeah, every time one of these is created, even on the stack, it should be initialized, but I don't know. If I say, equals 0 here, it's not. It's kind of redundant. I have a feeling it's already done, but we can double check. Oh, that's the other thing too. Is yeah, there's not one of there's this thing exists once. Now that I think about it, and it's static. Well, I gotta think about that. I don't think it has to be static. I think any of these have to be static, do they? I mean, it's a menu item base. Well, the thing about a menu item is it's only one at a time. That is to say, while it's drawing the menu item or doing whatever with the menu item, processing the menu item, it's basically the only menu item that exists in that little space of code. And then after that, it's forgotten, moves on, does the next menu item. So by making these into statics, you only have the one, So this is not created on the stack. It's just a buffer somewhere in memory. That as long as there is any menu item, there will always be one of these. So it really should be adding 4 bytes, but it's not, which is interesting. It may be that it's just, I don't know, I'm not sure how to understand it exactly. They are all static, static, static. And the main thing being, yes, when you create a menu item, you're creating apparently the one and only menu item. Its index exists only while it's being processed. All this info is just there for its immediate processing, and then afterwards it's forgotten. It's not like this information is initialized, stored, and kept for later. And anyway, this is all just while it's being used, drawn, processed, and then. So, making it static means if it's never used, then it's never used, I guess. Anyway, let's take these changes over to the branch I was just working on. Oh, what's this other stuff in here? And it does a size compare, so I want to keep this. I want all this stuff. I guess I'll make a do it this way and bring it over. Otherwise, I might mess up. Okay, so it looks good. Okay, we're almost there. I think it might be good because it'll send the string. Yeah, so if I just do every instance of these and fix them, make sure that when it calls the string set, it sends item string C. Either way, so yeah, it's doing a do and string set, and yeah, when it does that, it has to use the one it has, so I think that's okay. I could be wrong. Oh shit, there's item string again. Hello. Okay. Static draw. I'm not quite sure why it's doing it this way. I think I already have, this. Like, I just use the existing ads, And what's paster? Oh, the value. Plen. What's Plen? Let's see if this all works here. Item string, item string, item string. Show me all the item strings. Okay, there we are. We're all good. Yay. So they're all doing the same thing. F-stir, item index, item string C. I feel like I should have a thing that's just like add string for this particular do and string add something. Yeah, there's all your ads, and you can see there. In F or in C, but not both. F to P, yeah, so it's doing that anyway. It's just quicker, I guess, to get it up there. Okay. Finally, we got one more. Oh, maybe two. Maybe seven, I don't know. But, yeah. Okay, almost there. Item string. If item string. Else. See. You might be wondering why I'm not just doing like an if on the like a something like this, you know. Item string, item string. So yeah, send item string or item string C. Well, that won't work because these are two different types, and you can't do that. Isn't that nice? I wish you could. It'd be cool if the compiler would just let you, maybe warn you, but say, hey, just did this for you. There you go, all the things. That's right. Yeah, we're all good. Just wanted to make sure. Okay, there's one more. That's here. And again, item string. Perfect. They're all good. So, yeah, then there's the other thing is like the add. This add. I gotta make sure that the add function is doing the right thing. Add, there we go. Inster in fster. Oops. Right. Okay, we're getting there. Yeah, it does bloody suck that I have to do it in 7 places or whatever. More. All right, so I think my stash changes are just configs, right? Yeah. All right, so boy, it's getting fancy. How we doing? Looking pretty good. We'll see some Chinese maybe. CN or Z. Oh, Chinese doesn't have it, I guess. Well, Japanese does. As I'll keep the spacing the same. I mean, it's silly. Okay. Yeah, lots of interesting changes there. Let's see how our tests are proceeding. Checks. They don't seem to be so far alive. Oops. So this kind of blows in the sense that on non-AVR, like there is no distinction between the two types of string. It just doesn't distinguish them at all. So having the 2 arguments for all cases is kind of like, okay, why? But the wrapper is the same on both platforms, so it looks different in that sense. Like, if it sees one argument, it'll be like, oh, I'll add it. If I see the other argument, okay, I'll add that. Even they're the same, okay, fine. You know, that's fine. I mean, it's compared to the amount of code I would have to add if I was like, and again, this is going to end up saving so much in those strings. Like, if I can get rid of a bunch of strings, that would be really great. So where was I? There was actually a particular string that was giving me trouble. That's the whole reason I started this. Was I was looking for some instance where, yeah, it was adding the string and some kind of C string or setting it. Okay, it's looking good so far. This interesting thing though is that for each item, if the string is set, well, that's the thing is like, I'm not worried about the string not being set. Like, for each item is set to 0, and then, you know, it's not like in the next item, well, it is a static, so I don't know. That's an interesting question. It's like, if only one exists at a time, well, that's the thing is they don't. You can have multiple objects of a static type, but they all just end up having the same address, that's all. But each time that you instantiate a new one, I assume, stupidly, that it clears the variables, but I guess maybe not. That's a good point. I'll have to look at that. Play with some C++ in my tester file. What's going on here? Okay. Well, that failed. Okay, so here we have candidate. So this one's calling this. No matching function call for this one, which takes a flash string helper and index and all that. So let's find that one. Oh, I see what's going on. Yeah. Yeah, I'm gonna look at that. If every time you instantiate a new instance of something, it has an initializer on the value, does it initialize it or does it not? I don't think it does. So I really should be setting these strings to just to be safe. In the init function, I should be setting the other one to 0. All right, one little extra just in case. Anyway, that's not the big issue. The issue is that, yeah, this sucker doesn't have the signature to take both. So we need to remedy that. Yeah, I got rid of it because it seemed like that thing to do, but right. Take both. Take one. Well, let's have one that takes both. Oops, there. How about there? That works. Oops, yeah, okay, that's fine. There you go. Simple. Hopefully. But we'll see. What was the broken build? Mpc 1768 rearm. With Wiki? Yeah, Vicky 2, sure. Wiki Vicky? Vicky Vicky Vicky? It's funny, what is Twitch? What is it that it has something called a raid? Is that a way to get exposure for people who have small channels? It's cool if it works. All right, all that noise. Jeez, look at all these string changes, parameter changes, blah. I know it's not readable, not even remotely readable. It's just ants locking on lines. It's like when I read sheet music. I can't see it. I can't follow it. I get that it's just expressing notes and that I could be making chords based on what it's showing me, but getting used to recognizing music, sheet music, it's like learning to read in general. Like I don't know. It may help like if I could learn to read something like Chinese and then maybe I could learn to read music. I'm thinking about learning Chinese though. Be a good thing to pick up. Need someone to practice with, you know. The world is getting smaller, and I feel like, you know, this is what I'm going to be doing for a while, so I should know these. I should know these things. So yes, I'm doing this add thing where I'm being careful. And the idea here is like I could, you know, make all the code faster by basically duplicating it, but then it's bigger, and you don't want to make it too much bigger. Now these things here, this is interesting. Even though that shows that it's going to be like these are going to be like one. Well, these are fine. These will turn out to be okay because I think what's going to happen is it'll just pick the right signature. It'll pre-do all the arguments. These two, preset them up. Choose which one of these, and then choose which one of these, and call. So you'll end up with not too much added onto the code here. I don't think the logic will blow up. You know, if you built it with no optimization, you might get some. All right, so where are we at now? That didn't work. Well, let's see if we can get. A rebuild. Oops. Conflicting declaration. Static const char pointer item string. Oh, yeah. Obviously you can't do that. You can't make it const like that. You can't have a const pointer. Or can you? I guess you could. The way it works is Well, we'll see how it works. I'm not going to make any assumptions. But you certainly can't change a constant. Whoops. Build. Clean. Oh, so much prettier. Where is it? Yes, okay. Boy, so much substitution. I really should have taken care of this much sooner because, I mean, the cases where we're using C strings or program strings or F strings or whatever, it's just never clear, you know. But the good thing about, you know, is like if you know it's a C, you'll know it's a C string if it's a char pointer because it's not wrapped up. So now we just need to look at these cases where we have temp, you know, like, I don't know, as printft or as printf p, and let's look how many times that shows up in the LCD code. Oh, look at that. Never. Oops, I meant to say F. Is it capital P? Yeah. All right, so yeah, look at all these things. So these are not necessarily menu items. Okay. Yeah, so anytime I see something that looks like that's gonna go in the mixer, so that's fine, I think. Yeah, and then this actually does a put string, and yeah, the whole thing is, it's very careful here. This does the right thing, I think. Okay. So then you got commands, 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 CMND, CMD. Just for making it easier to find if I go searching later. That seems to be the thing. Okay, CMD, CMND, nstring. Okay, I'm not seeing a lot of things that look like they're being stuck on menu items, which is good. Yeah, I mean, the menu item stuff, well, those don't even use it. Now there's E3V2. Could. It's only the, and not the XTUI stuff. So let's do this minus XTUIs, thank you. What? Oh. Okay, there we go. Slightly less, yeah. So let's take a look. We got that's fine. It does a direct put. Again, oh, there we are. Draw edit screen. The message. Edit screen's allowed to have a C string message. Wouldn't be any other kind, I don't think. Then this one, mixer messages. Right. Which is all again fine. So yeah, I'm not seeing a lot there. Commands, commands. But yeah, nothing's being done as a. Okay, so now I gotta look for places where I got menu item like F or whatever. Menu item S. Yeah, so we got menu item S, and we got action item is, oh, an NSF. Okay, menu. So then we have action. So all the items. Action. G code. We got submenu. We got, oh, it's codes. We got back. Right? Get them all? Oop, I gotta do edit now. Or edit. Fast. There we go. And one last sub menu. Wait, how'd that happen? Oh, NSF. Sub menu. Oh, it's not item. It's its own thing. Well, I don't think we have a fast sub menu, do we? All right, that's all the menu items. Neat. So now we can find them all and fix them. Let's see. There aren't that many. I mean, there shouldn't be. Again, it's one of those things where like so much work to figure out a solution just for one or two menu items. But you know, now it's there. Use it forever. So what did we end up with? We ended up with S, and it does the right thing. It takes the pre-label. I mean, we don't have to do anything special. We just have to make sure that any strings that are being created are good. And mainly the pre-label was the one thing I was mostly worried about, but now I think we've got it. I can actually do substitutions of program strings now, which is great. So that's nice, nice. So this one is interesting. It's doing find manual move, and it's putting it in there. This is a really weird one. So yeah, okay. Well, that makes sense. It takes find manual move, does this thing. The thing about this is, like, this could actually be a. I mean, there's no reason for this to be this could be a constant. I could just do, like, what is find manual move? Let's find it. I mean, yeah, you typically want to do this. Like, I could just say, you know, stringify find manual move like this. Oops. That essentially does the same thing. But what if find manual move is set to something like, you know, 1 plus 2 plus 0.3 minus 0, you know, 3.2. You know, what, then you've got that'll show up here. So it's kind of, I don't know. We can try it and just like see how many people actually go, hey, hey. See, that fun. It's the only way to get substitution in the middle of a string, though. You gotta pass a string in, or you know, I mean, if you're gonna do numerical substitution, I suppose you could do it that way. This is a number, and it's a float. And so floats are, you know, we gotta treat them like strings. I mean, I don't know. I think it's fine. Oh, now what's breaking? Tell ya, it's so hard to not leave a bug somewhere. Okay. Oh, right. Duh. They'll be initialized automatically, so I don't have to worry about it. And they are global. They are static globals, so they're not going to get affected. Right. Static const char pointer. Const char pointer. Right? How's that not right? Or did I, is this one of the things I'm fixing now already? Alright, so let's take a look at the things I have fixed. None of those are that, which is weird, but maybe it's in here. Yeah, I think so. And off we go. Alright, enough hassle waiting for this. But yeah, we really want this to be fixed because these are fundamental things. And most of the time you're using, the displays that you're using with the boards that you're using mean that you're not using an AVR board. That's why it kind of doesn't care with certain displays, but there's no reason you can't pick up that display that is normally shipped with a 32-bit board and adapt it for your AVR board. There's no reason whatsoever most of the time, unless it's FSMC or something, which is like a DMA protocol. Okay. I'm assuming that's from the last test. Let's go back up here and see. Yeah, it's running new tests now. And it hasn't fetched them yet for me. Yeah, eventually this will update. But in the meantime, so let's take a look at this under that simple sprintf. That's peculiar. Oh, I see what you're doing there. You don't have to do that. That is really peculiar. Like, you would never have to do that. And I can kind of see what's going on there. Like maybe, like sprintf could fail. So you could end up with some undefined thing in command. That just is crazy. What are you doing? Oh, I see what you're doing. Command is not, this isn't its declaration. This is just it. Where is it? Oh, there it is. Declaration is 20. I just don't see why this is necessary. I just don't get it. If it's that concerning, I just find that weird. Anyway, that isn't the issue, is it? Oh, don't know yet. Is it fail? Has it failed? Is it successful? It says 36, and I don't know. That doesn't seem right to me. I think it's still out of date. What's going on here? Oh, it did fail. Okay. Well, and on Fisetsi, oh, large K this time. Okay. Let's see what this is up. What's up with this? I see. Or something like that. Weird. Oops. Excuse me. Eventually put that firmware on that printer. Let's see. Okay, so what is going on with this? Inster is a, oh, I see. Add instring, but it says it's a const U8 pointer to a regular U8 pointer. Okay, well that's fine, I guess. Maybe it wants to or yeah, I hate to be this guy. Oh wait, there we go. Make them all const. Now, the thing is, you can call functions that take const with a non-const, and it'll be fine, so it doesn't really complain. But yeah, generally speaking, I've gotten rid of most of the, oh, what do we got? F2P string. Right, F2P, U8 pointer. I think if I build this again, let's see, what's the build? What's the build that's failing again? It is LurgeK, the generic FSMC. Look at that. Speaking of SFMC, only one. LurgeK build, and that's it. Honestly, right now we're doing like 50 tests, but truly they're scattershot. Overloaded is ambiguous. Why is it ambiguous? Oops. Let's see what we got. Okay. Actually, I should do a silent build, huh? Right, TFT string 117. That's the other place where it belongs. So this should be, that's const, that's const. We're all good. We're all consty. But it's ambiguous because it doesn't know if you mean this thing with a length or this thing without a length. Well, that's silly. If there's one with and one without, then one of them should have a required. That one's fine because it's only one. Right, so yeah, there's one with just a string. There's one with a string and a len. And then you got one with a string and an index and another string. Just a string, string and length. Right? Yeah, I can do this kind of thing. I generally don't like to do this kind of crazy alignment of code just because it doesn't really help. Honestly, it just makes it hard to read. You would think it would make it easier to read, but in some ways it just doesn't. Now I see we've got that one with this index, and one takes uint8 and one takes char pointer. That's strange. The same bloody thing, and I can see why that would be considered ambiguous. Add, set, add. Shouldn't there be a set like this? Interesting. Well, there you go. Not sure what I just heard. I just got this weird alarm, but it's not one I've heard before. Maybe it's from Discord. Let's see. Hey, Discord, what's up? I'm on here. I'm here on Discord, making noise. Should probably announce myself as existing online. I don't know if that makes a difference, but okay. Let's do that test again, just to see where we're at. Really need to sort these things once and for all. So, where are we at? Set. No action function call for add with a string. Ah, that's funny. Why not? Where are we looking at? We're looking at TFT string stuff. Yeah, so. All right. Let's just get this straight. Character, string with len, or no len. Apparently that then becomes ambiguous. Right, because there isn't one. So then you have to create one. But why is it ambiguous? Candidate. Oh, well, yeah, probably need to do that. Yep, I'm putting consts on all the things. So I get to really go a little nuts here. And then I'll have to do the same with, there's actually dwin string also, I think is the same thing. I've been doing that, getting there. Let's constify everything. Const. Const. I'm doing it all because it just makes things simpler. You don't want to convert things to non-const, therefore everything should basically be const. So this is, again, another good reason to make things const. It just gives you a little more flexibility in what you can pass to the function or method. Let's see, what do we got? Right, and then, I don't think these are actually important. Let's go return the thing at the byte. I guess you're allowed to get the byte from wherever. All right, this will be the most interesting. Well, I don't know if it'll be interesting, but oops. I cleared the screen too soon, too late. Yeah, I should just do the silent build and then don't have to worry about it. Okay, now we've got no declaration matches tf string add blah blah blah. Yeah, I know. I haven't gotten there yet. We'll get it. All right, let's put all those consts on here too. Alrighty. Sure. Yeah, so of all the things in the header, like these are the only things that make it down to here, and then we got const on everything basically. Const, oops. Const. Max string length. And sure. Set font. Pointer to font. You remember the first const just means the data. The second const is the one for the pointer. It's a little weird, but it's the way it decided. They had to like pick a place to separate them. Okay, good. Oh, there's another one. Oh boy, we do need this though. It's going to eliminate so many strings once I get it all finished, which will be nice. Okay. While string, string is being modified, isn't it? that's the one that takes the uint8. Yeah, so basically all the ones that take strings like this need to dump their second const because the string pointer is being modified. The contents aren't, so we can leave the first const on there. So, is that it? Yeah, I mean there's a no const extra added const on the one below for char. I would think this would be ambiguous compared to this, like this, you know, seems like it's the same to me, but I don't know. String index, oh, there's a const index there. There we go, okay. Yeah, just make them const for the fun of it. Wow, it's getting dark in here. It's getting dark. Sun's getting low. I'm looking a little green. Screen glow is messing me up. Hold on, let me turn on a light. Oh, brother. Or two, or three. All the lights we need. Hey. Yeah, I put the one on that sort of, there. I put on the natural light, so a little bit of daylight kind of quality here. All right, where are we at? Let's take a look again. More things. All right, string equals this. You would think like being all streaming and coding would ruin your concentration, but I find that a white noise helps. The white noise in my brain. All right, so we did not fix it yet. Almost there. I think we're almost there. Still. Const uint8 pointer to uint8 pointer. Oh, okay, yeah, I probably forgot to do this. Yeah. So what does this do? P start never changes, but P does, and it's only getting, so I gotta imagine it's gotta be. It's fine to leave it as a non-const here because it expects, if you do this conversion, it gets annoyed. It'll be like, you're gonna change things. I know you. Actually, let me see, P++, yeah, I'm just reading, so it's okay. Const to non-const. Okay, so I think we're good. I just had to add that. Any more? No. Okay, test. There's a little ambiguous things. It's the thing about overloading and polymorphism. It's the dark side of polymorphism. Oh, good. Look how close we came. Look at this. You can't convert a const to a regular. Well, I can, actually, if I make it const. But you won't be able to modify P if you do that. You're silly. Of course I will. Again, that's just that const thing. Specifier. The first one is for the contents of the pointer, the thing the thing points at. The second one is for the pointer itself. Very weird, but there you go. Okay, next. Ooh, we got some interesting things going. Invalid conversion from const uint8 pointer. So yeah, again, same thing. Read byte. byte. Where's CB read byte? Right. Right, it's passed as an argument to get UTF-8 value CB. So yeah, with a callback, so I really need CB read byte or read byte. Interesting. Oh, I see. Yeah, it's passed that way. Cute. All right. So I think that's supposed to be a const thing. And yeah. I think that's fine. You can't change this pointer, but you don't have to. No, come think about it, you don't have to. If you're not going to change it itself, and as long as you're not going to write into the contents, you should be good. Hey, while do this, p equals that. Do that. Okay, let's see where we're at. Again, there's got to be more. I know. There's got to be read byte where it's stored. CB read byte. CB read byte. Brother, yeah, I'm sort of tearing things up here. In UI common CPP, font utils, right? Okay, so what's going on with that? So you have a read byte callback, read byte callback, read byte callback, p plus something. Oh, I'm gonna do this. CB read byte, b, p, const, it is const, p plus plus, fine. Valcar, CB read byte p, p should be good. What was the line that was confused? 113, so it's not all of them, it's just some of them. This one didn't like, but I just fixed that, I think, by changing the thing. The thing is, these builds are at least snappy. And again, we're using 20 cores, so that helps. This is actually one place where it matters, which is the whole reason I got the 20 core machine in the first place. Get through this stuff quicker. So now we're looking at font utils 113 still. It says here this is a const uint8, aka const outside char. But where is CB read byte? Right, here's one where it's actually calling. So like it calls font group drawstring, read byte RAM, read byte ROM. So these are the ones I want to fix. Read byte something. So yeah, these should be const. Const. And this could even be const. Because I'm just promising not to change it here. I'm promising not to change either of those things in this function. Okay. Let's fix that up. See what we got. Should be happier. Not completely happy, I'm sure. Next, same line. Wow. Okay. There's a couple of them here. They're declared in a couple places. Okay, I see. I feel like we're getting close. These are little things, but stupid little details like this. This thing about a refactor, like if you're writing code, you can take care of this stuff nice and early on in the process. Okay, so here clearly, return P, line 168. That makes sense to me that that would be bad. So here we've decided P is a const thing. So we have to return a const thing. Only one error that time. That's really good. Making real progress, yeah. Making real progress. Okay, let's see. Oh, one step forward. 2 steps forward. All right. String. Assignment of read-only parameter string. Well, that's obviously not going to work. It's not const. What are you talking about? Oh, here it is. Line 85 it is. Line 102 it is. Oh, we're looking at font. TFT string CP. TFT string CPP. So yeah, line 102, it doesn't like it because, yeah. String equals, yeah, so you can do this. Okay, how we doing? Now I can do the same thing with dwin string. And, oh yeah, I already did. Okay, good, we've been through this a little bit here. I figured it out in one of them, but not the other one. I want to kind of keep them in sync. These are two very similar utilities. Actually, I'm going to combine them. I've got to combine them into one string utility. Here we are again. String equals string in TFT string 131. Yeah, so these things here, right? Oops, there we go. Didn't even have the right signature anyway. Oh, so close. Getting there, but what is this? Oh, max length can't be modified. Okay, good to know. Wherever it's used, we got to get rid of that. So here's an add where max len is left alone. Max len, please. And it is const, but I guess it can't be const. Add with the string and the max len, it doesn't like it. And the add with the const f string, well, it's calling the other thing anyway. So yeah, sometimes you gotta do that, like throw everything at it and then just pick up after. Okay, we are now at point where we're almost there. TFT string. Do it again. Placed the wrong time. So close, yet so much. 8:42. It's getting on the late side. I think I'm gonna order that burger and come back and then continue this for the rest of the night. Because what else are you gonna do on a Saturday night, right? No matching function call for this one. Interesting. No candidate. No candidate. Candidate. Oh, there's one. Okay, what's up with that? Ooh, it's in a lot of places. Okay, so this is called, and it calls and sends those three things. So this is what's missing, is a thing that takes a p string and an index and an item string as a flash string helper, which is interesting. That's interesting. Item string is a flash string helper, huh? Interesting. Oh yeah, of course it would be. But it's item string in TFT world. Anyway, it's not part of that stuff. Yeah, like it's TFT. Yeah. Huh? Oh. Oh yeah, okay. Yeah, I guess it's Marlin UI, so strange. Being weird. Draw edit screen. Takes a char pointer and an F pointer. Well, let's take a look at TFT string set again. Set. What does it want? It wants an F string, and it wants a. Oh, I should probably do this, huh? Oh, that's that. That's that there. No maxlen. Just set with a string. It'll end up there. It just goes there. Okay. Interesting. Well, it is a set. Set, add set. F2P and then maxlen. So yeah, that's interesting. That should do the trick, right? But it wants a, oh, the third thing it wants is a flash string helper, which is like, okay. Yeah, I see what you're doing there. Inster versus fster. And we need to do an add with just an fster. Add string index in fster, right? Well, it's going to end up calling itself. F2P. Should I call F2P? I don't think so. I think it should be set and then an add. Shit. Let's see. If it takes this then it has to call add with string index null pointer. And then that one there, like that. How about that? It's not helping here. F to P. Oh, right. It really gets weird because yeah, you gotta like be okay. It's already been F to P'd. Oh, well, wait. Why would you do that when you can just... I think this is the right idea. I already have these, right? So much bloody detail here. Right. Uh-huh. Okay, no TXT string taking a flash string helper as the third argument. Why? Oh, was it, what was it, a set? Yeah, I forgot. I made an add, but I didn't make a set. I don't know why, I guess add is the main thing. Like, so, like you do this, you're gonna be like, okay, well, set. Now add. String index F string. String index. Keep on keeping on. What do we got? Interesting. So yeah, the sets have a char, but the adds have a new and date pointer. I'm not really sure why this is done, except maybe it's important to treat it as an unsigned. I'm not sure. Oh yeah, so we got set, string, index, and there's also a main one which doesn't even have an implementation here. Oh, there's that one. So all the ones that are implemented elsewhere. should get their own thing. So like that. That's implemented elsewhere. So it's like a main function. That's another one. And that's it. That's all of them, I guess. Oh, wait, there's another one. Yeah, okay. That's the one. So then you have set with a string, set and add. Yeah, these are all of these are then set, add string. That's actually that one. And you have add with string, with index. Right, so it does that with a cast, then it does so you add a character, and it gives set a character, do you? You could, I suppose. And then you just set it to a character in that case, I would think. Anyway, then you got string index f strings. That's important. String index. You got just the string. Just a string. Sure. Yeah, I don't know. Put that at the end, I think. Then you got so you got set string index char. Add just string. Add taking a uint and a length. That's that one. Right, those go together. Set with uint goes together. Add set. Usually add would have this to be a, or what would it be? Set, add. Oh, it's one of each, typically, huh? Well, anyway, okay. So set, add, doing all that, and then you got this one, which is for, it's actually a, this is our main workhorse right here. Okay, set and add. This one does a set with the, this, I think that's the one that goes string, index, what, again, in string. I think this could actually just be a char right here. Like this one, like what's that, set and add? It's got the string on the end. I mean, why? Well, those are the same then. Oh wait, one's a set, one's an add. Okay, gotcha. Right, so in string is going to be basically, we can just treat it that way. I don't see why, and it's only the first argument that matters for these, as far as I can tell. So let's see what this instir does. Oh, not a lot, but it is a char now. Okay, now it's probably not complete still, but you do what you gotta do. Look at those cores go. Spiking those cores, but not for long. Invalid conversion, etc., etc. So you got this one. Add with an int string. Yeah, this is good. Now I got to do the same with dwin. I think these are all pretty much exactly and precisely the same. I could be wrong, but I think I can just copy these direct. See how that looks? dwin-string.h. Oh my goodness. And it starts with add character, etc., etc. It adds character. We serve strong drinks to men who want to get drunk fast, and we don't need characters to give the place atmosphere. Oh, look, everyone, I'm giving out wings. What do we got here? Okay. Hey. Hey, what's up? I hear
you're really busy.
You could call it being busy, but I'm just doing what I'm doing. Daily grind. What's up?
I have a troubleshooting question. I don't know if this is a way for it to say it, but in regards to platform I/O.
I can answer easy questions, hopefully.
I'm trying to compile the for the Big Tree Tech.
Right.
What is this one called? The SKR Mini E3 V2. So I've got that, and I put a Creality CR touch on it.
Right.
Basically a field touch on it.
Right.
So I'm trying to compile the firmware, but I'm getting an error. My platform I/O, but everything I'm seeing online, everybody says look up for Creality and put that under the platform I/O. Let me see here. Go back to my Marlin.
This is the E3P v2.0, but yeah, what do you see when you try to compile? You're just getting weird errors.
So, yeah, and then inside here, the NV include tree for the board,
right,
is showing mega at mega 2560.
Right.
And I think that might be my error, but I don't know what to add the Creality in there because the platform I/O by default doesn't have that in there. Under VS Code.
Well, let's see. If I open up Auto Build Marlin here, and I'll just grab a bug fix. What version are you building anyway?
I'm using I was trying to build the 2.0 first.
Okay.
And or you mean under the configs?
Just like what version of Marlin did you download? Just like the latest.
I downloaded the latest.
Okay, so whatever is
the bug fix
here, I guess.
2.0 bug fix, I believe it is.
Yeah. All right. So I guess right at this point here is where it is today. But I made a couple tweaks, but I think probably I'll see the same thing as you do. And I'll just try it with, let's see, what, are you using a particular configuration example or anything as a starting point?
Yeah, yes I was. Let me open up my examples folder again.
Cool, I'll just check this out.
Documents. Configuration the Big Tree Tech SDR Mini E3 1 or 2.0.
All right.
Those configurations.
Okay, so it's the what is it? Creality, right? Creality. I gotta find the path here. I think the easiest way to do it would be to go to configurations, open up the old bug fix branch, which actually puts paths on things, and just open it up and search. Creality, Ender 3.
I deleted the Marlin auto build. I deleted the
Right.
other one already, and inside there, and I was like, oh.
So let's see. Which printer did you say you had?
I have an Ender 3 Pro.
Oh, okay, Pro. There we go. Pro, and the board is the SKR Mini E3 2.0, right?
Yes.
Okay.
It's the 256 version.
All right. Well, let's try this.
Okay, not 512.
Let's do MF. We'll just do use example configs. This. I'll just start with the examples and see what happens. So I got a clean Marlin. I got a clean example config. So if I refresh, now I have to actually open Marlin, which is here today. Keep it in your sidebar, kids. Let's see. Oh, and there. Okay. So, do you like which target do you like? USB?
There was something specific. Let me go down to that one.
Just
Load it in here. So, for my chipset, it is the STM32F103 RC version.
right.
So any of those versions that were in there, there was a Maple and there was another one, just a plain RC. I don't need the USB or anything else in it, just the base version, I think. And then I was gonna go in and maybe configure the H file if I can get it to build.
All right.
To allow the enter or the touch.
Oops, I guess I should use a different set of configs. The configs for Bugfix 2.0 don't match 2.0, obviously. So let me get the, let me just grab these configs. Maybe they'll work better. So let me,
I have both that I downloaded.
so let's do this.
Which one is this? This is configurations 2.0.
Yeah, when I use, let's try this, and this. Oops. And do I have the boot screen? I do.
That across.
And I just have to make sure. Oops.
Got to close a folder as well before I copy the configs over, or will it refresh?
Well, let's see.
Under visual code. Okay.
Hold on.
My daughter was trying to talk to me.
All right. Nope. Gotta take out the. Forgot to take out my warnings here. Okay.
Okay. Page replace the files in that directory.
What? Oh. Sorry. I can do it this way, or I can do it that way. Let's see. Oh well, it's getting somewhere.
I don't know if it was like a dependency that was coming up because it was saying something.
Let's see.
Something P29 missing or something like that. Couldn't find it in the.
Sometimes I have to get a little race condition in the build system. So sometimes I have to do it twice. Okay, there we go. Hey.
We have to do it twice for it to get it work.
And it's for a newer version of Marlin. Oops. Let's see. Yeah, I mean, matching up your configs with something. Well, if you want to drop your configs to me on Discord, you can do that.
Oh, I gotcha. I wanted to figure out how to get it to work.
Yeah.
Just the configs I'm using are. Here, let me see if I can drop these.
Yeah, just.
It had just a 4 on there.
Yeah, just do a DM and send me your configs, and I'll try those. It's a little hard to figure out a good config to use, but I mean, I could. It's just these are I mean, they're marked as 2094, and I guess one thing I haven't done is I'll just O2. Where is it? If I just fix the config, so it's.
I have to add you as a friend or something for it to work, or is it waiting for you?
We'll see in a sec. Hold on. There. I'll just call that just for fun.
It should just be the H, right? The default one. Then advance to something else.
Well, I mean, kind of like I picked up 2.0, but thing is, I've tried really hard not to modify the 2.0 branch, except for little like bug fix patches. So, but all my configs are all like moved over to like the next release. So I'm like, they're not. So, this one actually worked and built. So that worked. Well, I just took the configurations directly from the current like import 2094, which is essentially a 2093 with a few extras added on. And it did build. And then I'll do this build. And I'll just do this build.
Like, what's your platform IOC on the bottom? Is it using, what does it say? Is it using the Mega 18 Mega 2560?
Oh heck no. When I use auto build, when you use auto build, it picks the platform for you. So you just you don't have to do any of it. You don't have to edit anything.
You don't have to edit the platform button, PMI or whatever it is.
No, just use this.
I was using the auto build Marlin, and it was failing on the auto build Marlin. That's why.
Well, it'll fail under everything if it fails under auto build. Because auto build just invokes a regular build, so and it just figures out the target for you. So.
Oh, I gotcha. So it is processing STM32F103.
Yeah. Yeah, whatever. I mean, you can copy and paste this into it, but this at least auto build will build whatever you click on instead of whatever your default is.
I'm using the Marlin Bugfix 2.0X is what I downloaded.
Oh, okay. Current state of 2.0X is what I'm using, and the configs I use are actually not the 2093 configs, but the updated like 2094 ones. So I could, which are I'm gonna try and release that. I don't know, tonight, tomorrow. I could push this stuff and put a tag on it, but I just want to make sure I've gotten rid of any really egregious, stupid bugs that are hanging around before I release it. So
what I'm trying to do.
There are a couple.
So when you select under the auto build, the environment, that's the environment you're going to be using, right?
Yeah, whatever you click on, that's what it builds.
Gotcha.
Yeah, so it lists all the environments that are in the pins file for that board, and that's what determines it. So it doesn't know anything; it just looks it up. Yeah, so from these, it did build the USB version, and it did build the regular version with the configs that I have. So I'd like to see your configs and just compare them to what I have, and then maybe that'll give me some obvious clue. Good configs. I'll just mark it down here. Good configs. So if you private message me and send me a file.
Private message you the configs and
okay.
send the files across, but it's acting like they're not going to set up across, but I don't know why.
So let's see.
Your wave.
I have waved. So yeah, I don't know if you want to. You should be able to just drop the files on that window.
I did.
Oh.
And they're showing by default like they're just stuck there. I don't know if it's a configuration in Discord that I have set to be able to send files to friends or something.
Yeah, they're not showing up here in our private message. You see, can I drop you files? Let's see. Here's a version file, my friend. Yeah, it does work. So if I send a version file, that works. Oh, hello. So try that. See if you can resend again a couple config files, and I'll download them. Hey, okay, cool.
Directly to it was waiting for the.
That's comments. One. Cool, and that's.
There. Oh. It goes for comments.
Okay.
He was waiting for comments.
And oh, that's funny.
All right.
And
So I've got a
ADV. Okay. I'll just take these two and we'll see how they do. So what do we got? What do we got? Copy that one and that one. So what I'll typically do to figure stuff like this out is we'll just paste them here into the Marlin folder, which I've just done on the other screen. You can't see. We go over here to GitHub desktop, and voila! Look at all these differences. So currently, it looks like you're using the 2.10, so you might be building with bug fix, because only bug fix will actually build.
Yeah, I was doing bug fix right now.
Will actually build the 2.10. So let me grab bug fix then.
I sent you a picture of what I'm getting on the bottom. So tell me that I don't have a path for .s cosine 39 .dv light.
Don't know what that is. Well, let me see if I can. I'll just try the build and we'll see what we get. So there's a couple little conflicts here, and just compared to the current bug fix configurations, which should always do a compare with the bug fix configs. But let me see, what have I got here? I still got those that I just downloaded. Let's take a look. Yes, okay. So let's just take these and paste them over the regular bug fix configs.
So are you live streaming online somewhere as well?
Yeah, I'm actually on Twitch right now, twitching away. So I'm not sharing my screen on Discord, but I am sharing my screen on Twitch. So hey, if I sounded like I thought you could see my screen, that's why.
Gotcha.
So anyway, let me do a quick thing here. Discord, GitHub. Okay, so yeah, I want to go back here, go there, paste the configs, and compare them again. So yeah, now we see the differences between your configs and bug fix. So I'll just try a build. Let's see what we get. Voila. Okay. Not bad so far. And yeah, it looks like so far. Oh, there is a bug. Let's see. What's this one? Flash string helper issue. Let's see what that is. I probably, see. What have I been doing here? Oh, right. I've been messing with bug fix, but I meant to test. Need to remove this change that I made. Which, yeah, this just needs to be removed. Been experimenting with some things in my bug fix local branch. Goodbye, changes. Okay, let's try that again. So, yeah, it almost got through the build except for my errors. Let's see, it's almost there. And yeah, it built just fine with your configs and current bug fix. So, yeah, depending on the kind of error you're getting, you may just have an extra file in there. What you can do, I mean, what I typically do, I mean, is I'm using GitHub Desktop a lot to do my downloads of Marlin. That way I can,
Gotcha.
that way if I ever make any change to the files, I can just instantly see them because it shows you the diffs, like that's its main view. So seeing the diffs is pretty cool. Wonder, actually, come to think of it, wonder if I can share my screen this way, but at the same time, I should be able to. It's not like it's going to take over my camera. Let's see, which screen do I want to use? Screens, please. Let's use that screen. And we'll just do whatever. Yeah.
Yeah, I haven't seen your your screen already on Twitch.
Oh, I see. It says
So I
my,
went and pulled you up.
right. So, yeah, my stream is still running, so it doesn't seem to care. But and then there's also, what's this one? Watch stream. Watch stream.
So that was mine.
Oh, okay. Neat.
I only have one monitor running right now.
All right, so yeah, so currently I'm just like checking your configs out compared to, and they all seem good. And yeah, when I did my build, just perfect build, success, all good. So yeah, you just need a fresh copy and just, and then just copy your configs onto the fresh copy and you should be good.
Okay, so I'll read down it.
Can't hurt. Can't hurt. And yeah, I recommend definitely using GitHub Desktop for doing that kind of thing, just because you're going to be making changes anytime. It's just gives you a convenient view. And as apps go, it's not too big.
Well, I've got it.
It's one of those Electron apps. Oh yeah, cool. Let me see.
I'm new to this one too, so.
Let's see here. GitHub Desktop. Yeah. So anyway,
I'll find out where it's at.
so this seems like an opportune time for me to order dinner. go grab some food and then come back and see what I can finish up. Yeah, if I can, I'm trying to solve this thing where we can have all the menu items have like string substitution, and then we can get rid of like all these, because we got 9 axes now. I don't want to have 9 strings for everything. It's ridiculous. So I've been working on that, just getting strings substitution worked out. But that can wait. I don't know. As long as I get the release out by the end of the month, I think I'll be happy. Let's see.
So I'm playing from
Arlo's. Yeah, I just don't have the time to cook tonight. Oops, I forgot to tip. Damn it. Oh well, I'll tip when I get there. 9:34. Yeah, typically these guys are pretty quick. They're usually 10 minutes instead of 15. All right, let me end my stream on OBS. Talk to you guys in a while, and yeah, this will be up on the YouTubes for all your watching pleasure later.